Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and we're back with more Enclave, another actual play for the channel featuring three fantastic players. If you wouldn't mind briefly introducing yourselves and your experiences with Enclave, that would be grand. Then we're going to go around in the same order to do characters. Fire away.
All right. Hey, my name is Tomáš. I've been playing Enclave for like 8 or 9 months, I think. And today I'll be playing number 9, which is a Dane. And it's a pretty interesting character, I would say, because he also happens to be an undead mummy. Despite that, he's not really like ancient Egyptian themed, maybe a little bit, but he's mostly a museum themed because the lore for this character is that he is a museum exhibit who came back to life, which is why he's called number 9.
Perfect.
That's his serial number.
We'll hear more about him in a moment. Next up.
Yep, I'm Alex. I am a legacy Enclave player, so I've been playing for many years. Today I will be playing Tybalt Praceling. He is a Thunderbird, and he's kind of a fun character, though he's a little bit in somewhat of grief from his last mission. So that will be starting out in a bit of a sad tone.
Indeed. And lastly.
Hi, I'm Lethal Butterfly. I've been playing Enclave since its original beta testing around about, I think, 9 or 10 years ago.
Almost 11 at this point.
Blimey. I will be playing a brand new character, Miyuki, who's kind of like if you took Hans Christian Andersen's The Snow Queen, but then gave her a sort of Japanese twist.
Lovely. And to hear a little more about all these characters in that same order, if you wouldn't mind giving us just a bit more detail about your characters' theming, their backstory, their build, don't feel like you got to go for super long by any means.
Right. So the most notable thing about number 9 for sure is that he has 3 pluses to Arcane, which isn't necessarily common for a Thane, though I think it works quite well. He has quite few manifestation-related perks, and he has one to raise armies of undead, perhaps. So maybe we'll see that. Well, not necessarily armies, maybe like 1 or 2 people, but still. Also, he has a banner and all the standard Dane stuff, as well as an Ostrom.
Fantastic. Next.
All right, yeah. So Tybalt is Thunderbird, as I said. He's got like, should I be giving an appearance description?
You can if you want.
Or just things that he does. I mean, he's a pretty dynamic character. Likes to be a bit of a kind of energy of the party in some ways. He is very active, but he also has a lot of magical potential with 3 arcane as well. For appearance, he's kind of like kind of short with more of like a soccer player build. With powerful, thick legs on too skinny of a torso. He's got tan skin, pointy nose and chin, and big brown eyes, always looking for excitement. And he wears a yellow tunic and a playful smile.
Yeah, he's also a young guy, which I think is pretty relevant for this group.
He is 17 years old.
Yeah. Oh. We got one of the largest age range gaps I think we've had on a mission thus far.
That's true.
I haven't really established the actual age for number 9, but I always say that he's like thousands of years old.
Indeed.
So yeah, a significant difference.
And lastly.
Interesting that I'll be playing the character with the lowest arcane for a change. She's
yeah,
only
that's
got a
very rare for you.
Yes, I took the tough trait for resilience, and then I put both of my elective points into skill, actually. Basically, the story for her is that her village sent her up a mountain to pray at an ice shrine to the spirits for a gentle winter. But she died along the... Well, she failed along the way. She never reached the top. And that was actually supposed to be the case, because they didn't really want her to pray. They wanted to sacrifice her to appease the spirits. But the spirits, it turns out, don't really like sacrifices quite that brutal. So instead, they infused her with their power, and she came back down the mountain and exacted her revenge, and has since been plunging her island into eternal winter.
As you do.
As one does.
Yeah, her aesthetics are actually quite
God
important.
forbid women do anything. Yes, so she has silky black hair, which is held up in an elaborate hairdo by metallic hairpins. She wears a white kimono with starkly contrasting to a crimson obi sash, through which is plunged an unsheathed katana.
Yes.
Other than that, her Talaria, she's a Thunderbird, by the way, forgot to mention. Her Talaria are a pair of Geta. Her feathered cloak is actually a Hagoromo, which is like one of those long, slender cloud scarves that you see kind of like in a wide arc under the arms. So yeah, that's about her.
And to confirm, the blade is sheathed in her torso.
Yes. The point of the blade pokes out the end. It's up to its hilt in her body. Not quite at heart level, lower than that, but still higher than stomach.
Absolutely. Now that we have a summary of our characters, I got a mission statement for you guys. The focus words that I was given were dog food, for whom the bell tolls, and the rogue Morvran, the last word of which will not mean anything to someone who has not played Legacy. But I know what it means. And so because of that, here is what the mission is that you are being sent to. You are being sent to an outpost way out in a distant part of the world called the Phosphos Mountains. This outpost is called what is the word I have? Yeah, there it is. Couldn't read my own handwriting. The Five Canyons Tower. Now, once upon a time, the Five Canyons Tower was something called a scrounge lounge, which was like a place where ne'er-do-wells stop along the way to do ne'er-do-nothing. However, it was taken over a couple decades ago by a powerful local warlord who has since gone on to establish something of an empire in this part of the world. He took it over, kicked out all the people he didn't like, installed one of his daughters as a captain there, and she has been ruling it as kind of an outpost of his domain. It is still in the middle of absolute nowhere, and the surrounding environment is brutal. It is extremely cold and windy, and is almost like a high-altitude desert in this region, with only a few straggler trees and very dramatic terrain. The outpost itself is on like a crag with cliffs on three sides and only one path leading up to it, making it almost impervious to siege. Unfortunately, however, this design has its downsides, which is what this mission is going to be revolving largely about. You see, about a week or so ago, it came under siege, and not just any siege. Wild wolves from the mountains descended upon it, and this is completely unprecedented in this part of the world. See, like this area is wild and dangerous, but people know it. Like they've traveled these areas for centuries, and things like random wolf packs attacking a fortified outpost, completely unheard of. And so too is the fact that with the wolves came the snow, which is also rather unusual. Like I said, it's extremely cold here, but precipitation is not common. There's usually a dusting of snow, but nothing more. And it's been almost whiteout conditions for quite some time. The snow isn't accumulating much, given that it's very exposed and therefore gets blown off again. But it's very hard to see. And these wolves are of a very particular variety called a death knell direwolf. They are huge, they are dangerous, and also when they howl in unison, they are said to be able to drive people mad. Your goal is to break the siege. Find a way to drive off the pack. What is known is one, there are two other very important details. One is that there has sometimes been human laughter as though of a woman distantly on the wind. Secondly, almost daily, if not multiple times a day, one of the defenders has, as though in a hypnotized state, walked out into the cold unarmored alone and been immediately ripped to shreds. The times people have seen this, they have tried to stop it. Even groups of 4 or 5 people pinning them down has not stopped these people from trying to pull themselves outside. It is as though they are being drawn out like a tide, and there has not been any way found to stop this. Breaking the siege is nigh on impossible. There is only one route. With the whiteout conditions, a large pack of wolves, and all of this awful weather, even like the Enclave does not advise you guys try to get people to escape. They do not think it is possible. Unless escaping is how you plan on breaking the siege itself. The number of people left in the tower numbers about mid-20s. Most importantly, among them, of course, is the warlord, now Emperor's daughter. She is not old and is not particularly like well versed in the ways of war. She was mostly like an administrator. and as such, she should not be counted on to help in a fight. Her name is Hanj, and she has a bodyguard whose name is Diolbok, who is probably going to be your greatest military asset. Questions?
Well, I think the most relevant question
Do
is...
they blend in with the snow?
Oh, yeah, Tomáš, very good.
All right, thanks. Well, I think the most relevant question is going to be, how do these people feel about undead, given that two are about to be sent in?
They'd be a little creeped out under normal circumstances, but as of now, they do not give a shit. They just want to be freed.
All right.
Yes, Lethal, go for it.
Arctic wolves that will blend in with the snow, or do they have more of a gray or a black coat?
They have a grayish coat, though they blend in beautifully with the snow, given that it is not pure white snow that settles and drifts. Given the wind, it is mostly the textured stone of the mountains that they are going to be blending into, which they do very effectively. For their giant size, they are also remarkably quiet when they're not howling.
So are these wolves like right up against the wall? Is there a bit of a dead man's land? What do we talk about?
So to give you an idea, again, the outpost is surrounded on three sides by sheer cliff, just plummet down. And the wind in there is incredibly violent, meaning that even though two of you can fly, Enclave counsels you do not go into the canyons that surround the outpost. Could you maybe survive? Yeah, especially with an out of the blue or something, but you probably aren't getting back up. However, that one path that's free, it is mostly quite sheer and has one path that leads up it. The wolves are far enough away that they're not going to be able to be shot at immediately, even if you would be able to see them most likely. But they are definitely camping the path and making sure no one can get in or out.
Okay. Follow-up question. Are there any common local folklore about wolves, some laughter in the wind, any of these things?
So laughter in the wind much more. Wolves are kind of just considered like part of the scenery, so to speak. Like wolves just kind of keep to themselves around here, and the people tend to respect them. Like there isn't like a big human wolf rivalry, even for things like hunt. This sort of a wolf attack is almost unheard of. Though of course, like an individual out by themselves are probably going to get picked off, but like they'd be called an idiot in this part of the world. Wolves, again, aren't seen as really an enemy. And there are bigger predators out in this part of the world, meaning that they aren't even like the, ooh, that's the cool animal part of the local folklore. In terms of laughter on the wind, there are plenty of like folklore pieces about evil wind spirits and demons and things like that, and those sort of things have been often talked about by the defenders. However, something that Diolbok, who is again the bodyguard of the chieftain's daughter, has mandated as like the acting military commander of the base, is he says that he doesn't want anyone at any time to, in his words, bring down morale. You are not allowed to talk about negative or scary things, because he just doesn't see any other way to keep people from succumbing to terror. You guys will probably be able to break that without problem, but just know that that's like the rule that he's mandated for his defenders. Other questions?
I'm currently looking at my skill set, trying to determine how effective I would be at domesticating wolves. Well, I don't think I would be very effective at that, but could try.
Any final questions? Or are you feeling good?
Yeah. Did they anger some sort of wizard recently or anything like that? Have they ever been like visited by wizards, perhaps?
There are a good number of local casters and mages in this part of the world. Since the warlord moved in, they were mostly turfed, since in this part of the world, magic users tend on average to be mistrusted unless they come within like certain subsets of magic, especially like local hedge mages and things like that. Not trusted. Normally, they needed to live in these like scrounge lounges until it was captured and converted into a military outpost. So there's always a possibility that is to do with it. If so, people either don't know or are tight-lipped about it.
All right.
What's the? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Are there any animal-related magics, like animal mind control or anything like that, that has been previously known?
Not
I was
really
gonna
a
say
thing in this
anything.
part of the world. They have a couple of animals that they have domesticated for sure, more than a couple even, but those were done the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, and no one has domesticated the direwolf,
No,
right?
not this
Yeah.
species. This species typically keeps as far away from humans as possible, and they are very happy that it does. Alex, then Lethal.
Yeah, what's the local technology level, and also are there mages on this defending camp?
In the defending camp, there are no magic users whatsoever. The closest being the chieftain's daughter has a very small magical talent, but it is mostly for like day-to-day stuff rather than anything like military applicable. In terms of
OMG, could you use catalog?
yeah, catalog is a more potent combat tool than one might think. But in terms of the tech level, you can think of it like Central Asian early Middle Ages.
Okay.
So the way I am imagining this is that the wolves are just like camping, like on the road to the castle. They are like not at the actual castle walls. They are just
They
like
are not
waiting
at the
there.
walls. No,
Okay.
they only ever dodge in a
Yeah.
couple times a day to attack.
Oh,
Like-
so they are actually like trying to break down the
Yes,
defenses.
they are trying to break in, and they have done a
How
pretty
does a
reasonable job
wolf
of it.
break down defenses? Do they
Now-
have siege equipment?
Two reasons for it. First of all, this is not a very well made tower. It was an outpost, not really meant to weather a long-term siege, and as such, the key doors and entry points are wooden. So too, it has two big like porches out in the back from when it was like a lounge, and so the back of it is quite unfortified. For something like a wolf that's used to like these wolves are used to traveling on the mountains, they can get around to that like back area quite easily. Hence why when they attack, they mostly lap around it and attack from the back up onto like the porch areas. They have been,
So
they've been
this doesn't
barricaded
even
as
have,
best
like,
as possible.
this doesn't even have like a full wall around it. Then.
No, it does not.
That's reassuring.
Indeed. Sorry, Lethal. What was you had a question too?
Yeah, so flavor of magic aside, like animal control is one thing, but has anybody ever seen magic that's just on the scale of something that could change the weather or take control of an entire pack of dangerous animals?
Control the weather, yes. That is something that is not like common by any means, but is at least known in this part of the world. In terms of taking control of an entire pack of animals, there's like myths about it and stuff. It's totally possible that would be something that is in someone's magical arsenal, but it would not be common.
Mm-hmm.
I should also note, the wolves do not seem to act in a military manner, if that makes sense. They aren't like battering doors or anything. They're mostly, and because of that, they still are behaving like animals, just intelligent pack hunting animals that are really determined to kill these people in particular.
Yeah. So like pack tactics, not necessarily like human military tactics.
Not even close. It's because of these reliable pack tactics that the tower has been able to hold out for this long. Because again, they barricade the back. When the wolves come around, they light all their torches. They turn on every source of fire they can. They get out their pikes, and then they just try to ward them off. And it seems to mostly work. The only times people have really died is when they walk out of the building in that strange trance.
The trance is caused by the wolf howl, not the laughter, right?
Not known, actually. The wolf howl always precedes it, though the wolf howl also always precedes their attacks. The attacks are typically when the wolves do their true like terror howls, which are actually a serious problem for the defenders because it makes it the wolves come fast when they attack, and that howl makes it very hard to coordinate defenses. When people are hypnotized out, they don't howl in unison. It's excited, there's food sort of howls rather than the kind of pseudo magical howl that they do to terrify people.
Actually, that reminds me of a good question then. When you say drive people mad, like what does that mean exactly? Like how would you describe?
So the way I
That,
describe it is
like,
a pseudo magical biological adaptation to hunt prey more efficiently. Like break up a herd because their voices when
But
in
like
unison
how do
carries
people
them.
react? I guess is my question.
They enter flight mode. People try to
Okay.
run. and are much harder to reason with, much harder to coordinate with. And it's typically only been through very tight discipline and the fact that they really have nowhere to run, that it didn't break them on the first night. Plus, again, the fact that, they're wolves. It's hard for them to break through a barricaded door.
Okay.
Final questions.
So it's only one person per day that goes out, unarmed to meet the wolves then?
Minimum 1. The highest was 3. It seems to be random.
Okay. Did they succeed at saving someone that wanted to venture out to
Never
go
once.
to wolves?
The best they did is pin them for a day, and then they thought the person was asleep, and no, they slipped off.
Yeah. So there's no one tied up over in the corner.
No. They have thought about doing that. They have thought about it. But honestly, when people are in this trance, they are not very pleasant to be around, frothing and gagging and spluttering. And so it's usually better for morale to just pitch them out the door.
So is this a known effect of the direwolves that they can...
No, this is completely new. Many people
Right.
suspect
I don't necessarily mean mind control, but this terrifying aspect of their house.
Oh, no, that's known. That's known. The hypnotizing thing has never been documented.
Mm-hmm.
I think in that case, I know all of you, and I feel like we could do questions for much longer. So let's proceed to assembly. God fucking damn it.
I think Miyuki would be the first in assembly, and when the others arrive, she is already making tea.
In that case, we'll begin with Miyuki and exhibit number 9, who would be the second to arrive. I will quote in Tybalt when he arrives too.
All right. So as exhibit number 9 is walking out into the room, he's gonna be sort of grumbling to himself, and he's gonna be trying his best to cover up all the bones he has with the bandages. Normally, he isn't that well covered up. His bones are showing in multiple places. Well, he's going to be trying his best to cover up all the bones for this mission.
Quite.
Afraid of the bones. Yeah. He's gonna walk into the room, paying attention just to that, and just say greetings and give a nod without even making eye contact at first.
She smiles insincerely and very deliberately turns around the teacup and offers it to number 9.
Oh, thank you. I'm afraid I'm not really capable of drinking anymore. You see all these bones. And then he looks at Miyuki, and he realizes that there is an enormous blade going through her torso, which renders him speechless for a few seconds for sure.
A pity. She takes the teacup back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you also undead?
I am unfamiliar with this term.
Oh, well, you do have a blade going through your torso. That doesn't seem entirely normal. I haven't seen any...
It will take a little more than that to kill me.
Oh, I see. Well, unfortunately, I don't really have any organs anymore, so I'm afraid if I drank the tea, it would just spill everywhere. I don't really want to make a mess. But thank you for the gesture. I very much appreciate it.
Isn't that a little too convenient? You must have a remarkable resilience.
It is convenient. I mean, my knees are about 2,000 years old, so not as convenient as I would like them to be, but they still work, usually.
We can say at that moment, Tybalt would enter as well, probably at speed.
So Tybalt comes in. Actually, he's a bit slower than usual. His eyes are cast down. He's rubbing at his thick curl black hair. He's kind of just lightly hitting his drum on his leg as he comes in, with a sad look in his eyes, and then he kind of looks up and he says, "Oh, I must be in the wrong."
Boy, and stand up straight. And she offers him tea.
What? He sees the two very distinguishing persons in here. One with a sword sticking out. The other one just literally a pile of bones.
Number 9 is going to be completely oblivious to the fact that maybe Tybalt could also be like confused by my own appearance.
Indeed, yeah.
He's just gonna point to Miyuki over there, and he's gonna say, "Hey, that's not normal for the living, right? To have a blade sticking through their guts."
Is this really the team today? Oh, okay. Hi. I'm Tybalt.
Oh, hello, yeah.
Stammering.
My name is Exhibit 9. Nice to meet you. He's gonna shake Tybalt's hand. He's just gonna be quite uncomfortable because it's mostly just bone.
Indeed.
And a bit of dry skin.
And
I think the bones crack as he gives a light.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Could you repeat Miyuki's disdainful remark?
Stop that stammering.
Tea is still being offered to Tybalt.
I think I'm okay.
Oh, come on. You still have ways to process the tea. Enjoy it while you can. You may end up undead for hundreds of years and you won't get anything at all.
Is it rude not to? Okay.
It seems quite rude, yes. Have some manners, boy.
I'm really getting beaten up today. I'm not even out there yet.
Now, although the teacup warms your hands and you can see steam wafting from it, as you take a sip, you notice that it's colder than ice on your mouth and throat. It doesn't hurt you, but it's deeply unpleasant, mostly because it's startling.
I think I only take a light sip and then just hold it in my hand out of not being rude.
Good. And
I'm just gonna sit down somewhere and just let them figure out what's going on.
Any follow-ups as Tybalt slinks away?
Well, I hope you guys are ready to cover my back because I'm kind of afraid I will be quite the interesting target for these direwolves, given all of this. And he's just gonna lift a bit of the chainmail on his torso and reveal a completely exposed strip cage, apart from a few bandages.
I can see that being substantially disturbing for Tybalt and probably completely completely indifferent to Miyuki.
Well, I'd rather not hit a wolf. I'm actually good friends with one, but I'll do it if we have to. I mean, if you have to defend people, then sure, I can hit a good wolf.
Friend with fools, that could be quite.
If you hesitate to strike down your enemies, it may cost you your life. Don't expect me to pick up the pieces.
Well, it's not like I can die for the second time, so I think I'm fine. Maybe I can. I'm actually not quite sure about.
I wonder if these animals would consider you a disappointing meal with no internal organs to speak of.
Well,
no point in wasting time. Let us proceed.
I can say from experience, they love bones.
Yeah, I still have some skin to be munched on. So
an Enclave attendant has appeared at the door and wordlessly beckons.
I put my tea down and I immediately leave the room. And I run over to the teleportation pad.
I look at Miyuki and just go the youth nowadays. Am I right? Well, ladies first.
Not acknowledge you.
Do you acknowledge the ladies first?
I'm standing at the door and going ladies first and waiting for you to enter the teleportation room.
I simply proceed.
And after being guided through Enclave HQ with Tybalt well up ahead, having to take a couple wrong turns before being shepherded back by the Enclave attendant, you make your way to the teleportation chamber, dim, small, with rounded corners. 3 telepaths. The disembodied voice says the familiar lines. Any final actions before you port out?
No, nothing. I think Exhibit 9 is going to be in a particularly grumpy mood, given that all of these people seem quite rude to him. So he's gonna be a bit sad about that.
And I'll just have my drum ready.
Yeah,
that's it. Have it ready in hand.
And from here, you feel your bodies dissociate, starting with your feet, rising through your bodies, hitting your eyes, and your world explodes. And when your vision comes back to you, You are struck by the bitter cold. Now, fortunately, all of you have some experience with cold or some lack of interest in it. And so because of this is not the sort of cold that would knock any of you on your butt, but you can feel your breath catch in your throat for those who breathe, which might only be one of you, frankly, with like this sudden rush of cold kind of emerging in your esophagus. You are on one of those outdoor balcony areas that I described of the tower. The tower itself, you can see, rises about 4 or 5 stories. It's built well enough to survive the elements, but doesn't look like a well-placed catapult rock couldn't take it down in one shot. Still good enough to weather a pack of wolves. The balcony outside of it, which you are on currently, is partially protected by hides that have been very well stretched over the top, but many of these hides have been ripped through in some places, and you can see evidence of past barricades that have been breached, not to mention lingering bloodstains on the ground that have been frozen solid against the background of faint snow. The wind is so loud that even at a yell you can barely hear each other. Though fortunately the door the main entryway door to the tower is immediately behind you, fully barricaded as you might expect. Though you can see the outlines of folk behind it peering out to see who has appeared on the outside balcony. Immediate actions beginning with Tybalt.
Yeah, I'm gonna start just begin a little beat on the drum with my fingertips, but I'm gonna look over to these guys and kind of using the drum to kind of shield my voice, like you would normally like do this, but with the drum itself. I'm gonna say to you guys, "Hey, I'm gonna go calm things down a little bit, and I'll meet you in a few minutes, okay?"
Tybalt has to yell at the top of his lungs to be heard over the wind. And also note, even though the porch is kind of protected by those skins, the wind is still high enough that holding your drum up like this almost kind of takes it out of your hand a little bit.
Mm.
After saying this,
so I do that.
Yeah.
If I can see recognition from them that they heard this, I will then use my Talayer to hop against the wall, and I'm going to try to go to the highest point on the tower if I can.
Absolutely.
Or within reach. Anyway.
Now, getting up the tower is an interesting one, because not only is the porch area you're in enclosed, like you can see the top through the skins, but there's no takeoff point here. You'd have to go off of the porch to do so, but the wind is insane. It would be, how to describe it? It would be like, for a walking equivalent, you know those flat escalator things at airports that let you walk fast? Imagine stepping on one of those going 60. Like, it's an incredible amount of speed that this wind has. And as such, a takeoff will be dangerous, and I'll need you to talk through it in more detail.
Okay. Could you describe, so what's the tallest thing I see around? I mean, the tower, maybe. But
top of the tower, without a question.
Yeah. And then are there any things hanging off the tower?
The tower does have a couple of, beams that are sticking out of it, though not dramatically. It seems like they're kind of cross beams for the thing's construction, and they have flags whipping off them in the wind. But again, you can only see pieces of these because the porch you're on is completely screened off by hides. The hides just have little gaps between them.
Okay. Then I think I'm just gonna go to just a raised portion. Maybe that's just something I can step on top of this porch area.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna just start drumming, and I'm gonna try to drum out a local lullaby. I actually have done this on a mission before, and actually just something that my mother would have done to me to kind of calm me down.
Yeah,
I'm kind of already in a slight emotional state. I had to deal with crazy teammates with a weird interaction with one of them kind of berating me. So I kind of have to calm myself down as well. And so I'm going to try to activate Storm Brewing as I begin to do this.
Your fingers are so cold.
Right now,
Yep.
Right now, just in my close area. But I'm hoping to kind of build this up into something bigger eventually.
Absolutely. Your fingers are so cold that even beating out this basic rhythm takes much more concentration than normal. The wind skins your face raw just as you are trying to break out into it and start to drum to calm it down. But while you are doing so, let's jump back over to Miyuki. Actions from her.
Immediately upon porting in, I would like to take a nice deep breath of the freezing air, really fill my lungs with it.
Indeed.
This is nice. I love this. And when Tybalt starts doing his thing, I think I would like to help. I immediately notice that he's trying to calm the weather. And I think I can work with that. I want his calming to act mainly towards the winds. But actually, I want to help him calm down by sort of singing along a sort of like a traditional Japanese song, something nice and slow with lilting notes.
Yeah.
I'd like to sing, and I'd like to calm down not just the winds, but also the molecules themselves, so that the wind gets the wind gets slower, but also the temperature drops.
Okay. And obviously, I'm not going to have you precisely do it, but give me a couple of details about the song itself.
I think it's a song that tries to invoke very poetic, flowery imagery. And when I say flowery, I mean like purple prose. I don't mean actual flowers, because that would be too much like springtime. I mean imagery like pale moonlight and gently falling snowflakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Will you be approaching Tybalt where he is on the edge of the porch, or staying kind of nearish the door in the middle of the porch?
I'll walk around. I'll walk around calmly while I do this, as if I were kind of moving about a stage to sort of spread the song around.
Yeah.
And also pick up the lay of the land while I'm doing so.
Yeah. As you walk, your Geta would leave little parallel rectangle shapes in the thin layer of snow across the porch. Lastly, number 9, immediate actions upon porting in. The 2 Thunderbirds are doing Thunderbird stuff. What do you want to do?
Well, I would much prefer death metal myself, but at least we have some music going on in here. So it's just gonna let them do whatever they do, and I'm gonna try to see what I can see for myself from the tower, looking down.
Absolutely.
If are the wolves visible, or are they
from here? No, you're at the back of the tower, facing out over the canyons below, rather than towards the path where they are presumably lurking. And the canyons below are striking. Like incredibly dramatic terrain with massive deep gorges and spires lacing up in between, and large mountains peeking up just across the canyon from where you guys are. It's like some of the most dramatic scenery on Earth multiplied by 3 or 4 in terms of how vastly differing the different levels are around here, and the striations of the Earth that you can see within the carven canyons. There is very little vegetation, though some of the mountainsides do have stands of trees and like low pines and things like that. And admittedly, the wind and snow make it hard to see much besides overall shapes and silhouettes, but it's a rather harsh and barren area, and you can't see far enough into the canyon to even see what's down there.
Am I right to assume that the air humidity would be really low in this area?
Almost 0.
Nice. Well, at least my skin isn't gonna get much worse.
Indeed.
So.
Where's an anti-moisturizer when you need one?
Well, my nostrum is skinned as like embalming colors, so maybe that's
awesome.
gonna be really. Anyways, I think then I would go and try to find a balcony which would face the direction of the wolves, because
Absolutely.
I'm kind of thinking of using 2 arms here to summon ballista, honestly. So.
Now, in this case, so if the tower is like this, the balcony kind of goes around it like a horseshoe.
Oh, okay,
so it
okay.
goes around almost the entirety of it. Do you care left or right from your current vantage point?
No.
Yep. As you start making your way, I will say arbitrarily right, because that's kind of the direction Tybalt's in right now. You make your way around the circumference of the building. You can see that the building's tight windows have like faces peering out of them as well. You can see a little bit of firelight on in the building. To boot, and also
so there's people like actually looking out onto the balcony.
Looking out from the tower onto the balcony to see who the hell you guys are.
I wave at them. I wave at them and just nod.
You can't quite see what they do back in return, but by this point you're in sight of the pathway beyond the actual tower itself. You can see that the entryway onto the porch area from the ground is just a couple of steps. And it also shows evidence of former barricades that were smashed to splinters. The skins in this area that kind of shelter the balcony are completely ragged, ripped to pieces. And additionally, the path that leads out from the tower, you can see, is probably no big enough for a single car, like no bigger than a single cart's width. and quickly winds its way into another low stand of small pine trees. The path goes quite high along a thin ridge with sheer cliffs on either side and then out of sight because the wind and snow makes it quite hard to see. You do not see signs of the direwolves themselves. However, you do see that there are little, how to describe this? They're not barricades because they wouldn't block anything. There's like a ring of human remains and bones that has been left in a circle across the path, almost like a salt circle.
Oh. Well, maybe another character would be disturbed by that, but I don't think number 9 would really.
No, I don't think he'd care.
Indeed. Is the wind clearing up as this is happening, or not yet?
By the time you're getting to this point, the wind is starting to die. Still, visibility is poor, but at the very least, it's not terrible.
And is the howling of the wind also dying down a little bit?
Yes, it is getting a little bit quieter. Quite enough, too, that you actually can hear the faint droning sound of a wolf howl on the wind as well.
I do also have a single +2 sensor.
Yes,
so.
Indeed.
Right.
The wolf howl itself is thin and probably like a single individual, and it sounds quite far away. The howl sounds very different from a howl that you might have heard in real life on like a nature program or something. It has like a deeper note to it and sounds two-toned. So there's a deep part and then there's a high part in the same voice. And it makes kind of an uncanny dissonance because it's not a harmony. It's quite an ugly sound, but in an eerie nails on chalkboard sort of way.
Mm-hmm. Now, what I'm wondering is, does this also sound disturbing to me, or does this only seem to have an effect on the living?
Listening to it is not pleasant. It's not a nice noise. But you
but you did mention that it's kind of sounds like something scratching on a surface, and I imagine 9 would be quite used to that, given that he has little bones for fingers. So.
This is not quite a one-to-one parallel for him. I would say that it is an unpleasant noise, but he does not feel any deep power to it. Though admittedly, the Enclave did seem to indicate that they only really exert their magic power when they howl in unison.
All right. Do I know how far away this wolf would be from where the my visibility ends?
Hard to tell. It sounds quite far away, so it could be like a quarter mile or more, like maybe a kilometer. But you don't know how loud the wolf is trying to howl, and as such, you just have like a rough idea of its direction. It's somewhere along the path on the left side.
Is there a door inside the tower in here?
On this side of the tower, no. Though you can see that there's the front door, which is just off of the porch and on the path. So it's closer to you than the back door you guys were close to. And the front door, you can't see it from here because of the circular wall of the tower, but presumably it's very heavily fortified.
Well, I guess I will then circle back and go and through any doorway I have seen.
Absolutely, that would be the one.
Before I do, I will politely knock on the door.
Before we
very loudly,
Yeah, politely slam on the door. Before we do that, jumping back over to Tybalt. As you are drumming out the lullaby, you can hear the very faint notes of Miyuki's singing also in the wind as well.
I will be doing a slow tempo that's gradually slowing down.
Yeah.
I'm holding it up close to my face as I blow hot air from my mouth onto my fingers and the drum itself. And because I have the perk to the wind, which gives my Storm Brewing a bias to the wind, and some luck pitches perhaps. But for now, maybe I could do a luck pitch if there's a little break of light for a moment as I slow down the winds. And right now I'm trying to focus this effect around us. And I begin to hear the sounds of, I think, another language. Is that correct? Is it going to be a different language, or is it still in common?
I'll get to that in a moment, but to follow up with what you were describing, Miyuki, as you sing, you can feel the wind toning down around you. Your hair stops blowing quite as wildly, and Tybalt's robe, or cloak rather, is flapping less violently on the wind a little across the porch from you. Suddenly, the gray blanket of clouds overhead is split just for the tiniest moment as a thin ray of light falls upon the lounge area. In it, not only can you see the snow falling a little bit thicker than it was before, but now that the wind is not disrupting it quite as much and starting to land in a more solid blanket, but you can also see the breath of from Tybalt crystallizing on the surface of his drum as the temperature is falling so deeply that the small moisture particles are taken away to ice immediately as they leave his mouth.
As I hear her singing, I will kind of. I think my lullaby is already ending.
Yeah.
And I will say back. I wish the tea was a little bit warmer. I would have liked some nice warm tea now. But thank you either way.
Miyuki's mouth is occupied with singing, so I don't know if she necessarily has a response to that just yet.
She does. She's not sure if she wants to vocalize it. As for language, I think she'll be singing like a verse and chorus in her own language, followed by that same verse and chorus again, but in Metro.
Yeah, indeed. That makes sense.
She's a talented woman.
The double skill will help you out with that. And I should also note that by this point, the wind is low enough. There's still wind, even with Tybalt's proclivity for wind-based magics. He isn't able to kill the wind of this region completely, but it's low enough now that you guys could actually talk to each other across the porch from where you are. The sun ray has closed up as quickly as it arrived, leaving Tybalt cold, though without the wind chill factor.
As it closes, do I feel that I can stop drumming for now? I mean, the effect is beginning to take place. I will stop drumming. I'll put the drum back on my hooked belt, and look around and say, I'm going to try to extend this a bit. I think it will help.
It's at this point
Would you like to come with me?
It's at this point that number 9 comes back along the porch to go towards the back door. Now, pardon, could you repeat the last bit of that?
So I'm saying I'd like to extend this over the whole tower. Would you like to accompany me?
I'm going to finish the current verse, and then stop singing momentarily and say, "It's bad fortune to interrupt a performer," and I will step closer so as to indicate that I will follow.
Indeed.
I was thinking of going in myself, but maybe someone with some flesh on their bones should try to make the first impression. So yeah, that's my indication that Tybalt should go first.
Yeah, I look to either of you and then take a moment and then point to myself. Okay, sure. I will step forward and do a kind of a more confident walk. Like it, like you can tell I'm trying to have a confident walk.
Indeed.
As I walk to the door. You slammed on it before, yes?
Oh, he was going to, but I think the action changed.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will give a strong knock.
Your hand doesn't even touch it when it opens. You hear a couple like cracking noises as like bits of barricade are pulled away from it. You can see that the men beyond are all dirty, severe looking with wide eyes and curled lips. But when they see you, they have weapons in their hands, but they do not raise them. And you can see one who has there's a few who have helmets, but you see one has a helmet that has 2 flags going off of either side, like ears almost. Says to you, "Where come you from?"
Can I like swipe my hand over to my drum and do a little just like a quick pattern of like a quick section of the lullaby that I gave.
Yeah.
Hopefully to just get the light to actually come back just for a moment to light on me as I do this interaction.
Yeah. And what do you want to say?
And I will say, Hello, we're from the Enclave. We've come here to help.
He says, so we have not been forgotten.
You have not.
He nods.
May I speak? May I speak to Hanj and Yolbach?
He says, I am Djolbok. Hanj is upstairs.
Good to meet you. I will do. I guess I had a handshake earlier today, so I'll go for a handshake.
You can
I'll
see
hold
that
out my
his heavily gloved, like he's wearing like an armored winter glove almost, and you can see that his hand doesn't like, it's not rudely, but it just kind of like gently bats away yours, as the sun ray falls once again across the patio. As he does so, he says, "Have you a way for us to escape?"
Well, I don't know if hammering my way out's gonna work, but we're gonna take a look at the situation. I flip my hammer in my hands.
Situation look it fast.
Indeed. I look back
Quite
and
frankly,
say,
sir, there is no escape. We will slay the wolves and their master.
Master they have. You know this?
Every
Well,
pack. that's
well,
out.
they are dogs, so they probably have someone. That's my interpretation.
He says, "Have the master slay you, master. This is good. This is wise. Us, we cannot. To danger. They fall upon us fast." He says, "Beware the sounds of their voices."
Have you used anything to like protect your ears from these howls?
Matters not.
Nothing.
Cuts through like... He makes like a motion. Says, "Blade through wool."
Well, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to get away from the cold for a moment,
Inside,
so we can speak inside.
Inside. He beckons Tybalt inside and then looks over his shoulder towards the other two. "Come you in?"
Of course, thank you very much. And yeah, I'll try to go for a handshake, which I guess he's not interested in, but I don't think I have seen that. So
As you do so, again, he kind of like gently bats your hand down.
the youth nowadays. Listen, Captain, I may have a way for you to suppress the noises that the wolves make, but only if you would be willing to listen to my commands. I may have something of use for you.
"Have your way, we listen."
All right. I can give you headphones. You know what those are?
No.
It's a very, very advanced magic, kind of. They make sounds into your ears, different kind of sounds. I'd just like to point out for the audience that exhibit number 9 knows this because there's actual audio guides for
Yes,
this.
he's at a museum.
And
And he says, "Tried we similar. Sing they, sing we back. Scream into ears we do. Works not."
But it conceals every sound and then plays them directly into your ear. Could it not work?
Could it work? Maybe. We try. Miyuki, are you going to join and enter the tower as well?
I will remain out here. Should we be beset, you will hear my signal.
He nods and says, "So you do." And then orders the door to be closed and the barricades to be reinstated. The inside of the tower, I should note, does not look like a military outpost. It actually looks rather similar to its original intention of being kind of an inn. Though it is, probably much better put together than it was back in the days when it was mostly holding like random vagabonds going along the road. It has a roaring fire and seems to be shockingly well insulated for an old-timey building made of wood. not to mention having 2 staircases leading upstairs, and like I mentioned, somewhere between 4 and 5 floors. The rafters of the room that you have entered look almost as traversable as the ground. And you can see that there are a handful of people who have climbed up into these rafters, presumably to collect things or like access storage or something like that. And 1 or 2 people are even eating up in the rafters as well. The rafters are low enough that with like standing on a stool or something, you could pull yourself up if you had the upper body strength to do it. Now that you're inside of the tower, I'm going to briefly check in with Miyuki before we cut back to the 2 who are indoors. What would she like to do now that the doors have been closed back on her?
To resume singing and slowly dancing, I did have a question though. Does storm calling work better the higher up you are?
That is not part of the explicit wording, but I could see that being a piece of energy work.
All right, well, it'll give me a better vantage point anyway. I'd like to put a good amount of distance between myself and the tower, then run at it and use the Geta to ninja run up the thing.
Now, a quick note, again, it's sealed in by skins, which mute the wind, but also would make like a barrier for you trying to go up. The skins have been ripped to pieces in certain places, especially towards like the far side of the patio as it horseshoes its way around, where the direwolves attacked earlier on. So if you want to go to there, you could probably pull something like that.
Yeah, I think I'd like to go around to the front of the tower and then run up that way.
Absolutely. And I should note that you would also see that strange line, like ring of bones that has been placed in front of the tower. So too would you hear the faint howlings of the wolves out on the now much lower wind. You can hear their two-tonal nature, their kind of eerie, uncomfortable discordance. And you can hear maybe 2 or 3 individuals calling maybe back and forth to each other over the reaches of the ridge that lead out away.
I didn't get a chance to say it earlier, but when he said that they fear their voices, I was kind of, we should not fear their voices. They should fear mine. What I'm thinking now is I want to try to remember the different notes and the groupings in which they appear so that I can translate those into chords and then use them in my upcoming song.
Yeah. The chords are ugly. They are almost purposefully discordant.
Well, they'll be beautiful when I sing them.
And as you run your way up, the wind, though it has been much lower, has been greatly reduced. It's still enough that your run up is partially interrupted, forcing you to stop on one of those big beams that kind of stick out midway up the tower. It seems that the beams stop at every floor, and as such, you manage to get up to about floor 3.
Okay. Catch my breath, reinvigorate myself with the bracing cold, and then take another run at it.
And with this last little gallop, you make your way up to the top. It is not a crenellated tower at the top. There's nowhere to like shoot off of or perch at the top. Instead, the top of the tower seems to actually rotate with the wind, kind of like the whole thing is a weather vane, and allowing the top of the tower to kind of cut into the wind no matter what and not catch the wind and be possibly pushed over.
Oh, neat. Okay, I can use that. Not right now, I'm not gonna, but yeah, so I'm going to begin singing, and unlike the earlier lullaby, this one is going to be, it's still going to be slow, but it's going to sound eerie, but beautiful and eerie.
Yeah.
Minor chords, like I want, you know what I want to do is I want to send a chill down their spines. Both figuratively and literally.
How so?
I want to use those creepy chord progressions that I stole from them. I want to make them think, is that another wolf? No, that couldn't be a wolf. I want to add some sort of warbling trills and microtones to try to increase the moisture in the area a bit. And I want to continue to drop the temperature with the calm, slow-tempoed nature of the song.
Now,
and I want to start dancing mostly with my arms, but also, mostly with the arms.
On this rotating rooftop piece, you actually have something that you can hold on to, and you find that you can also kind of, now the wind is lower, you can actually use your foot to help push the tower top around, which could, I have no doubt, assist in your little dance piece. However, you are singing for no more than 30 seconds when you are interrupted by an awful choke like there's something in your throat and your voice cuts and you feel for a moment deprived of air.
To thunderclap by coughing.
Yeah. There's a blast and snow flies everywhere. And the thing that was in your throat appears in your hand. It is a bone, like a smooth carven plug of bone with a interesting little symbol on it that maybe looks like a chicken foot. The entire thing was almost perfectly like pharynx shaped, and without that thunderclap might have actually suffocated you. However, as you hack this thing up into your hand, you hear on the wind, faint but distinct. Cutting back inside. Beginning with number 9. What would he like to do indoors? You are muted right now. Oh, Tomáš, you're muted.
Sorry.
No problem.
Does it seem like everyone is assembled already, or
it doesn't seem like there have been a call or an assembly of any kind. There's maybe 10 people who are around you in this room, and presumably a whole bunch more upstairs. Most notably, though, you have Diceless here, who seems to be at attention and ready to work with you.
All right, Captain. Could you gather up all the men that you have?
He says, "Purpose for what?"
Oh, for them to have headphones, of course. I told you. It's for their own protection.
All of...
All of them will get headphones, yes, of course.
He says, "CI. Moment."
The museum does guided tours for up to 50 people at once. 20 people is no problem at all.
That's so cute. And he says, "A minute, please." And you hear him, in his own language, gruffly bark out to the people in this room as he starts to head upstairs. People start to climb down out of the rafters, many of whom look not only exhausted and dirty, but also deeply, deeply scared. Even just following the captain's orders, there's a few people who don't respond to them, just kind of curled up in the rafters, listlessly like rubbing their foreheads or trying to sleep. It seems like a chunk of them have given up outright. But there are still plenty who are heeding the call and shambling their way down to where you are standing. Tybalt, while this is happening, what would you like to do?
Yeah, I guess for now I'll stick along to this. I will stay near number 9 and just kind of give assisting
Absolutely
help for now. So for now I'll just stand there, and I'll just give a couple, like a hi, hey.
You see faces look back at you, almost invariably miserable and wan.
What kind of things are they wearing? They're wearing armor, but are they wearing like coats over this?
Most of them are not wearing armor. In fact, now that you're seeing them more, it seems that less than a quarter of the people here are soldiers. The majority seem to have been merchants or just people passing through. There's a decent number of women among them as well, and fortunately no children that you can see, who are gathering at the very least. But you can see that the majority of people are wearing just very well protective winter gear, with only a couple being armed.
Are all these people coming together for this?
Yeah, it seems like they're being brought into this like main chamber.
Okay. I will look to someone who is an obvious merchant, or perhaps maybe a mother with a child or something like
this. No
this.
children that you have seen yet, but there's plenty of obvious merchants here, even if they are filthy and tired.
Okay, yeah, and just give. I will like help them move along, and I will just give them we're all soldiers today.
And as you say this, a person near her says to you, "Shut up. We are all corpses today."
There's only one corpse here. I'm speaking to you.
Indeed. So does it seem like everyone is in here?
You can see that Diceless has returned. It's not clear whether everyone is here yet. There's still maybe a few people filtering in. But you see that Diceless has brought with him the youngest person you've seen by far. She looks maybe 13 and is very well dressed in comparison to everyone else here. She doesn't look quite as scared, and seems to be trying to compose herself as best she can. But she's definitely sticking out like a sore thumb because of her put-togetherness.
Oh, hello, little one. I'm just gonna try my best to smile, but I don't really have a lot of facial muscle.
And you can see that she gives you a reproachful look, and Diolbuk gives her not like a nudge, like kind of like an elbow in the side, and says something stern in their own language. She doesn't quite roll her eyes, but looks kind of rebelliously back at him before he turns to number 9 and says, "Now, with your blessing, please proceed with what you have planned."
Of course. So some of the people are still like sitting down, right?
Yeah.
They aren't like standing out. All right, people, I'm gonna need every single one of you to stand up right here. So if you would please come here, this is for your own blood protection.
Diolbuk looks like he's going to bark out a command to drive it through, but thanks to Exhibit's mantle, he is actually able to get people on their feet.
All right. So as they are gathering as like a crowd, I'm going to do the classic tour guide thing of like counting each and every single one of them to make sure I know how many people are on my tour guide.
26.
26. All right, let me see something first.
I give a little bow to the girl who's wearing nice clothes. I expected that to be Hanj.
You see that she stands up a little bit straighter and brings her hands out from under her sleeves. You can see that she is carrying what look like a pair of boxes or something like that, which she holds together kind of like this. And she says, "Thank you for coming to our aid."
And I don't want to interrupt.
She puts her sleeves back together. Carry on, Exhibit.
Yeah, I think I would be counting out loud. Maybe forget what number I was set in the middle and like start over. And then the last person I'm going to count is Tybalt. I'm going to look at him and see if he approves of that.
27 with Tybalt. Any response?
All right, people.
Counted?
I heard there is some interest of a nice educational guided tour. Is that so? Can I get some excited remarks, please? Come on, build up hype in here.
And you can see that Hanj herself says, "To what are we touring? Are we touring an escape, perhaps?"
Perhaps. We'll see about that. First,
now that gets some excited murmuring going.
All right. Who wants to escape in here?
And you can see all put their hands up.
And who wants us to kill the wolves and bring back their corpses and put them on a spike?
You can see that a few people do, like 5 or 6.
Yeah, of course. So did like sort of at least all of them raise their hands during this? Or like
all
cheer
of them
up or
at
something?
least once raised their hands.
All right. Very well, then let me be your guide for today. And I'll stomp my feet and summon a pair of headphones for each. And if I can also get headphones, but with like a small microphone.
Wow, let me think about this for a second. It's obviously pretty strong, but it's really well tied in with his background. Okay, I make 2 caveats, right?
Mm-hmm.
First, I'm going to have these be kind of old-timey headphones. Not like terrible, but like when headphones first started becoming like a thing in museums, we're going to go to like that era for a time frame.
I mean, all of the audio guide tours are like 50 years old anyway. So
Indeed, yeah, they're really out of date. So very clunky. And I will also say that Exhibit's little microphone is going to be kind of crackly. And so like it's not going to be brilliant quality.
Yeah, that seems
That just adds to the deal.
And so
yeah, it just adds to the deal.
headphones appear on people's ears, and some of them like startle and look around trying to see what's grabbing them. But you can see that Hanj imperiously clacks her boxes together, making quite a sharp noise that can kind of be heard through the thing, and gives everyone like a little flick of her fingers. And she points to 1 or 2 of the people who tried to pull off the headphones and says, "Do not! Idiot, do not! Thank you."
Do not take those off. Those are for your own protection.
It comes in.
I guess I will look at their faces to see if they are understanding.
You can see people are poking the headphones and like pulling one off to listen at a time, but then realizing they can kind of hear you. And that being said, they seem at least less freaked out imminently. Diolbok gives you, like, puts a hand on your shoulder briefly. You can see that his hand jumps away when he realizes there is bone, but it then. Like,
I'm gonna say with my heavy panoply, I explicitly stated that I have quite significantly large.
you have shoulder plate.
pads,
Okay, in
so,
that case,
yeah,
you
yeah.
didn't feel it. So his hand taps your shoulder to get your attention.
Hmm.
And
what do you want?
he says to you, as slowly as he can and as loudly as he can, such that you can hear him through this. How are we to issue commands if we cannot hear?
Well, I'm the tour guide. I issue the commands. You mean amongst themselves? I suppose you can take them temporarily out, but then you are risking that you're gonna hear the wolves.
Yes.
So.
Say this to people so that they may need to prove.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Indeed. I was just going to do this. Please do not interrupt me while I'm on the tour. Yes. All right, people. do not take out the headphones. They are for your own protection. If needed, I will be giving out the commands. If you are taking out those headphones, I cannot assure that you are going to be surviving today. And I assume none of you want to end up like me, right? And that's a joke.
Indeed. No one laughs.
I go over and knock one of his bones.
Yeah, clock at a clock. I'm guessing Tybalt is in a slightly better mood.
Yes, this has improved my mood 1,000-fold.
Very well. Let me mute myself really briefly. I need to talk about strategy for some time here, and I'll turn off the microphone.
And as you do so, again, Diolbok puts a hand on your shoulder and says, Does this mean we can take off until we hear the call?
Only if you have something really important to say, and I wouldn't do so for longer than 5 minutes. But if things go really bad, just remember to put those headphones back on, and I may have one more trick up my sleeve.
Yes. He starts to quickly proceed around. People are starting to filter out again, mostly upstairs. But you can see that the ones who seem to be more military-oriented, like the armored ones, seem to be sticking around on the first floor for now. Diolbok is currently off trying to communicate what you've just said. What is Exhibit going to do now? Is he going to approach Tybalt or do something else?
Yeah, Tybalt.
Yeah.
Well, Tybalt, what do you think? Should we try to solve this on our own? Should we try to seek the help of some of the fighters in here?
No, I think. Have we seen anything out there? Did you see anything? You were taking a look around, right?
I heard one wolf. I haven't seen any.
Okay. I mean, I can get out there. I don't think we should get people to leave the walls. That's the best defended place, right? So.
Indeed, it is.
But...
Though getting some help from capable warriors wouldn't perhaps be the worst idea. Do any of them have like actual plate armor or anything, or is it just?
The armor isn't terrible by any means. It seems to be mostly like a lamellar of some kind, and seems to have reasonably good coverage with very heavy winter clothing underneath it. The weapons that you can see among the guards are also reasonably good. They all carry like pretty high power composite bows just from looking at it, alongside a sidearm. And there are also spears and pikes lining the walls. People don't carry those around indoors, of course, but they're close enough that they can grab them to defend the barricades at the back.
So all of them have bows?
All 6 of the armored ones have bows, yeah.
All right. Well, Tybalt, they do have bows. Bows. And I have that was an actual accident on my part. Anyways. And I have a way to contact them. So maybe we could make a plan. Draw the wolves in here, have them shoot from the tower. I can give them commands, and hopefully they won't be affected by the wolves' howl.
Okay. I think you could be leading the wall, right? And if we need to strike out, maybe I can go out with like Holbach or something. That sounds good. I'm more mobile anyway, right? So.
Yes, my knees aren't the best anymore. As I have said. All right, man. Speaking into the microphone.
You see a bunch of people around the room jump, not expecting your voice to appear in the headphones.
All of you that are capable with a bow or any other ranged weapon, please come up here. We are going to be in need of your help. You will not be in direct danger. You will be firing from safely from atop the tower.
And
please, everyone, gather up in here.
And you get 9
everyone
people.
That can... 9 people.
The 6 soldiers, Diceless himself, and 2 merchants who happen to have bows.
Oh, nice.
Now, I should note, as they approach, Diceless says to you, kind of like tapping his ear to indicate he's trying to talk. He says, "We have many arrows shot to them. We are low on shot. And the beast, they do not fall quick to arrow."
Indeed. Well, we do have swords as well, so I will take care of that. But any bit of support from the tower would be greatly appreciated.
Yes.
Even if it's not a lot of arrows.
And so we to go high.
Yes, probably yes. Take up the best defensive position you can. I mean, you are the commander. You can figure out a strategy here. I'm sure.
He says, "Yes, we will high and wait for your signal."
Yes, indeed.
The archers start making their way up. Before we go further, I'm going to jump back outside to Miyuki. You are muted right now.
I don't remember where we were, but I do remember that as
you had just
as
coughed out the plug, and you heard laughter on the wind.
I'll smile and kind of hold that close. So there are a few things that I want to incorporate into my storm brewing, which is the circling tower top.
Yep.
I want to be using that to sort of enhance the way I'm dancing. Like I want to be walking against it at some times to be staying in place, or other times I'll like let it carry me around, or like actually walk with it so that I can move faster. It's a very performative dance all around.
Indeed.
And I want to start using this little bone fragment. I want to use it as sort of like halfway between, I guess, a guitar pick and a drumstick, in that I'm going to wrap it on things to make these rhythmic, sharp tapping noises.
Mm-hmm.
Just incorporate that to help punctuate the dancing and singing.
Yeah, absolutely. And remind me, give me a little detail about the content of your song's lyrics.
I think it's mostly just going to be vocalization. I won't be leaning too heavily into lyrics.
Yeah.
But when I do, I think it's going to be imagery involving the color white, which obviously evokes snow, but also evokes death.
Yeah.
And let's see, what else? It's not going to be a very lyrical song. It'll mostly just be like sort of vocalizing stuff.
Yeah. And in response, you start to hear the wolves out in the wilds. You can hear them one by one kind of calling out, maybe to each other, maybe to you. Another one calling out, maybe to each other, maybe to you. And eventually, you get 5 or 6 at any given point, kind of calling off, kind of like if you hear coyotes out in the woods. It's the sound of it is, again, sharp, discordant, eerie, though nothing that it makes Miyuki like feel compelled to any sort of particular action, though I could see it maybe getting the hairs to stand up on her back, should she be able to experience feelings like that, or if not, an equivalent.
She wants to try to use that, like it gets her nervous, but nervousness is also excitement, and I want to try to funnel that excitement into a much more refined form into the song.
Yeah.
But basically, I want to make it sound kind of like they're my less competent backup singers.
Now, the temperature is plummeting. It is frigidly cold, though the wind is quite low. And because the wind is low, you actually get a much better view of the ridge. Again, if this is the tower, the ridge kind of tapers up roughly northeast-ish, judging by the... I should note, the rotating tower top on the non-rotating part actually has directional indications. And so you can see which way is north, and the ridge tapers off kind of northeast-ish. It rises quite rapidly before plunging out of sight, like the great back of a dragon's spine or something like that. And it is rather forested for this region, partially protected by the soaring mountain peaks that rise on either side.
It's still very... The atmosphere is still very dry, right?
Incredibly dry.
Good.
Now... as you continue this song, how long are you going to be continuing this for? Minutes? Longer?
I would say probably a few minutes.
And not only during this time does the temperature plunge still further, maybe even to the point where you, I don't know about you feeling it, but you'd at least be aware that it's getting quite cold. But on top of that, the wind during this period has died down to the level where it wouldn't exceed maybe 10 or 20 miles an hour, though it does change direction quite frequently. Once your song is coming to a close, what do you want to do? There is a thin layer of snow falling that makes vision not perfect, but much better than it was before.
Has the decrease in temperature caused the snow to be any better at sticking, or would I need to increase humidity for that?
You probably need to increase humidity. It is sticking better because the wind isn't blowing it away as much, but it's still very dry, powdery snow.
Okay. I don't want to increase the humidity yet because I might want to set wolves on fire later. So I think as the song comes to a close, I'll just stay here atop the tower and keep a watch on the sort of tapering inroad.
Yeah.
And if I see a pack approaching, that's when I want to give my signal. If they're approaching fast enough that they're going to be upon us any fucking second now, then I'll, out of the blue, at them with a thunderclap to warn the insides.
Yeah.
If they're approaching slowly enough that it'll be at least a few moments before they actually arrive, then I'll go with just a big, loud thunderclap.
A slightly more interesting situation. You can see them now, but they aren't converging, per se. And you only ever see one or two at a time. They'll kind of dart across the road and down into like one of the gullies along the sides of the ridge or tuck behind trees. They might be advancing, if so very slowly and indirectly, and seem mostly to be talking to each other and coordinating.
Words.
And so what do you want to do in response to this?
I'll continue to wait. I imagine that they're probably about to mount an attack, and when they do, I'll give my signal.
Yeah, you continue to hear their voices coming again in 5s and 6s. Back indoors, with the archers tasked upstairs, actions from Tybalt.
Yeah, I'd like to go up to Hanj and say, "Oh, my lady," and I give a little slight bow again.
She gives a pause and takes off one ear of the headphones.
Right. I put them on my neck. Hello, I'm Tybalt. You were using these boxes.
Start from the beginning again. Start from the beginning again.
Oh, okay. Hello, my lady.
Very good.
I'm Tybalt, Knight Probant. You were clacking some boxes. They were quite beautiful. What are those?
And she produces from her sleeves the 2 boxes and flicks them each open. You can see that they are both very ornamented, beautiful things with velvet inside. And on each rests a beautiful bone stamp. She says, "My father's seal, my seal." And she tucks them back in her sleeves.
What was the difference between them?
You can see that her father's seal seemed kind of clunky, simple. It almost looked like a piece of a bone itself, like the symbol that would have stamped from it. Hers is much more elaborate. Not really one that looks like it's trying to represent a specific thing, but a beautiful kind of cross-hatched oval shape of many individual threads and lines.
Oh, well, I prefer yours.
As do I.
Has your men seen anything out there besides the wolves? Just wolves and wind?
You heard have of the laughter and the wind. Think I devilry is afoot, hmm?
Yeah, what kind of devilry?
Many could. Enemies in the hundreds has father. Perhaps one seeks revenge on his blood.
When he took this land, who was here in this tower?
Many years before birth mine, wastrel, vagabond, poor merchant, hunter.
Are we like sauntering up the tower
Yeah,
somewhere?
you would be. You could be
Is that-
sauntering up the tower. Yeah. She says, "No,
Yeah.
I not. Said he was not of much consequence. But
Right.
many lands father has conquered. Perhaps of little consequence in comparison."
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. How long have you been here?
3 years.
Oh, that's a long time.
Hmm. Hard work.
We're both young, so that is actually a long time.
It is actually
for
a
both
long
of
time.
us. Especially for her.
She ascends to
so-
the 4th floor, and from here turns aside from the spiraling staircase, and goes into like a beautiful pavilion that's been set up in the middle of this kind of like tight, cluttered little room. And inside of the pavilion, you see that there's like a luxurious bed and like a beautiful writing desk, and it's so well decorated with beautiful symbols and bright colors everywhere. And she has a whole wardrobe in here. It's like a little pocket of high class civilization amidst the relative backwaterness.
Gifts from your father?
Bathtub coming soon.
What did you say?
Bathtub coming soon.
Okay, and so you've just been here with Hjolbuk the last 3 years. Yeah, is he friends with your father?
Yes, not Noel. He, the brother of father's 6th general.
Okay, I like visibly I'm doing the math.
Counting, yeah.
Okay, well, if you have anything of importance that you'd like me to carry out there, it could actually help.
What?
Maybe a sign of you or your father's.
Oh, yes,
Strength.
of course. She goes over to her writing desk and takes out a beautiful set of what almost look like surgical tools made of bone. And with these, she takes a paste-looking like ink and begins to spread it and to create and to write something out. The ink is not liquid; it almost looks like Play-Doh, and she uses like tweezers to draw with it rather than to like paint it out. And
Okay, I patiently wait for her to finish.
she uses both hands as she does so, and eventually ends by taking her stamp and putting a seal at the bottom. Then she holds it up, blows on it, brings it over to a window. The windows here, by the way, are not glass. They're covered with hides. And so she takes back the hide, holds it out in the wind for a moment to dry it off, and then brings it back.
Oh, can I actually, as she does that, can I like lean over and look out from the hide?
Yeah, absolutely. The window that she's holding it over looks out over the canyons, and now that the wind is much lower, it's so cold it takes your breath away again. But the canyon you can see is almost a quarter mile deep at minimum. It is a tremendous drop. And if there's a river at the bottom, you can't tell, and even if it was, it would be frozen. Though it does seem like there's a lot more greenery down in those deep canyons.
All right. Well, whatever ruffian or vagabond out there is trying to starve you all out, I will make sure the stamp makes its way.
Do so. She passes it to you. It's a scroll that has quite a beautiful piece of calligraphy on it that depicts her symbol in large form with a couple of extra symbols surrounding it, and her stamp in the middle of that.
Okay. Can I roll it up or something?
Yep, you can roll it up. Protected with all but your life.
Indeed. All right, I will do so, and I will give it another bow. And
you can see that she looks very pleased by being treated this way, and takes her little boxes and gives them a little clack before closing the curtain to her pavilion.
Is this close to the tower top?
Yes, it is. It's like one layer below.
Was there anything warm in there that I could take with me, actually, to kind of hold over my head, perhaps?
Oh, like a piece of clothing?
Yeah.
Like from her pavilion?
Yeah, I guess I'll ask. Maybe I could just turn around and knock.
And you don't even knock. You like come over and she pulls it open. What?
Oh, could I have something warm, actually, just to have over my head? I'm gonna
Why are
be
you
out there.
here without warmth? Shakes her head.
Well,
and she goes off and takes a long scarf from one of her little like wardrobe pegs and hands it to you. Protect with all but your life and at the expense of that. And she points to the scroll.
right. Scroll, life, scarf.
No. Scarf, scroll, life.
Oh, the scarf is the most important.
Oh, other order. And after wrapping yourself up and making your way to the topmost room, you find the archers. The topmost room is quite cramped and seems to mostly be for observation, as you might imagine. It's small and only barely fits the 9 men, and that you can see that they are all looking through thin peepholes in the windows that they have like wooden visors to kind of see through without letting in too much cold air. One of them gives you kind of a nervous nod as you climb up. The topmost room is sealed in, by the way, so you do not see Miyuki, who is technically above you.
Okay, and is number 9 here?
Let's check. Number 9. Tybalt has, at this point, trotted off with Hunge. So what would you like to do?
I thought we were going together outside, so I'm quite surprised that he's just venturing up the tower. Because my plan was to draw out the wolves.
Mm-hmm.
But if it seems like he's doing something, then I guess I will go and try to confront the wolves myself. So, yeah.
Are you going to go out the back entrance and circle around, or are you going to go out the front entrance?
The front entrance, and I also want to ask if there is maybe like a mug of beer or something like that.
And as you ask around, again, the people here are standoffish and scared and miserable. However, because of your added authority, you do quickly get someone to open up, in this case, who says, "We have no liquor left. Drink quickly."
Oh, I see. Well, then, let's do this.
He says, "You want water?"
No water. It doesn't do well with my skin. But thank you.
He looks at your skin for a moment and says, "Sesame oil?"
Sorry, what was that?
Sesame oil.
I do have my own oils. Thank you very much. I would rather not use whatever you have.
He gives a nervous nod and shrinks back away. As you approach...
But I appreciate it all very much.
He barely smiles. As you approach the front door, a small group comes behind you to seal it back up after you exit. The door is admittedly quite sturdy, though made of wood, and is not only barricaded, but also has a double set of bars over it. The bars are lifted, the barricades are moved out of the way, and you can open it.
All right, I will activate the microphone, and I'll say, "All right, everyone, get ready. I'm going to summon the wolves soon, so get ready to shoot when they are vulnerable. Tybalt, I hope I can count on your support wherever the hell you are right now. If you need anything, just shout."
This would be as Tybalt is climbing upstairs, and so he would hear this as he's getting to the archer room.
I'd hear some buzzing from the headphones. Oh, I should put this back on. I put it on, and
yeah, you hear the end bit.
Hear that, and I run up the tower top, somewhere where I can look outside.
Yep. You can, from this topmost room, again, it has all these leather, like these skin covered windows, and there's those wooden visors to look through, so you can look outside.
Great. Is the visors you're saying? So are they something people pick up, or is it something?
It's something people pick up and then use to kind of peek under the windows without letting too much cold in.
Oh, great! I'm gonna take one of those. I'm gonna peek out, and I'm gonna look out. I'm gonna look for the wolves and being ready to do a out of the blue if necessary.
Yep.
Actually, I look around. Is there anything made of metal around? I think it's all stone, right?
You can see there are two things that are made of metal. One is, like, remember I said that there's those cross beams that stick out at every level of the tower? Those have flags dangling from them, and there might be some metal in those. The other one is exhibit number 9, who has a metal sword. Now, as you are looking around, however, indoors you weren't able to hear them, and once you put on the headphones you weren't able to hear them, but just as you were entering that topmost level, you could hear the wolves briefly outside, calling back and forth to each other. Now, looking through these this visor to look outside, you can see shapes flitting about in the trees and across the road. They are big boys, though admittedly Tybalt would be used to bigger, and so for him these would be like, oh, it's like a very small mount size, so to speak.
Yeah. A little smaller than Scraps, the wolf I'm friends with.
Oh, a good deal smaller than Scraps.
All right. Well, I will have my hammer ready, but otherwise I will just wait to see what number 9's up to.
And number 9, as the doors are open for you, what do you want to do? You're faced with the empty road and a dusting of snow. It's bitterly cold, not that you can feel it particularly much, and the wind is much lower, meaning visibility is much higher. You can see the shapes of the wolves, as I just described, flitting between trees and out across the path well up ahead.
So there is like a path that leads up here, and that path is very, very narrow, right?
Yeah, the path is, again, only big enough for like a single cart to go down, single file.
Nice. And it is covered by snow, right?
Yes, there's a thin layer of snow.
Right, okay. Yeah, that's convenient. Are the wolves like looking at me yet, or
can't tell? They're these flitting shapes out in the darkness. They do kind of seem to be coming closer, but it's hard to tell.
All right, everyone. Remember, fire at the wolves when they seem vulnerable. I assure you, you will be able to spot when they are. And remember, wolves, they do not tend to chase after prey that fights back. So all we need to do here is put up a fight, hopefully.
And Tybalt, I should note that as number 9 is saying this, you can see the archers around you are taking off their gloves so that they can more easily shoot, and are also starting to peel back the hides from the windows so that they can actually start to aim outside.
I put my hammer on the ground, ready to be picked up, and then I take out one of my lightning bolts, which I just decided is skinned like a feather of a blue wren.
Oh, that's cool. I quite like that. Excellent.
Feather?
Yeah.
Like a feather, yeah.
So as I shoot it out, it will become a lightning bolt. For now, it's just
absolutely. And Miyuki, up on the top of the building, you can obviously not hear number 9, but you do see a sudden pool of light form as the door down below, the main door of the building, opens and firelight spills out from inside, with number 9 silhouetted in it, such that you see his shadow cast out far up the road. At this point, your song has come to an end.
Honestly, I think I'd like to just kind of... The wolves aren't attacking yet. I think I'd just like to take this calm before the battle to bask in the cold and maybe restore a little bit of essence.
Indeed. And also...
Maybe just kind of loosen the shoulders on my kimono a little.
Yeah. And as you do so, number 9, what would you like to do down in the silhouetted in the door of the building?
All right, Tybalt, if at any point any of the people seem to be affected by the wolf's howls, start screaming, and I will do my own thing. All right. And I'll walk forward to assume a position which would ideally block the road as well as possible.
Yep. You hear the door close behind you.
Yeah. All right. I will slowly walk forwards and try my best to spot if at any moment wolves try to, spring into action.
You can, as you walk forward a couple more steps, you can see the wolves starting to pull closer to the building. Many of them are now completely in sight, and they are strange creatures. Not only are they large as hell, they are big cat size, if not a little, like on the big side of big cat, but also their head shapes are different. They have bigger shoulders. They have kind of shaggy manes going down their backs, and their throats are huge with almost frog-like throat pouches.
Sort of hyena-like?
Kind of hyena-like, but again, distinctly canine, and with that throat pouch being the big standout. When they call, you can see that the throat pouch doesn't like inflate, right? But it does fill kind of like a bagpipe.
Oh, interesting. So, do I get to this narrow part of the road before they come there? Or,
Yes, you do. The narrow part of the road starts very, very close to the building itself. So you would reach the narrow part of the road well before they close enough to be there on before you.
All right. I will be just standing there menacingly, relying on my mental.
Do you have a weapon out?
Also, yeah. For sure, weapon out. And
Yep.
I want to do something here. I want to do a slight energy work of the shield wall.
Yep.
I am wondering if I can summon those shields under the snow and then lift them up as they spring at me.
Oh, that's quite cool.
Yeah, like a springtrap.
How would so first of all, what would be your paired action to summon them? And actually, before that, what would be your hope for a paired action to activate them? Or do you want them to activate by themselves?
No, I think I would like just physically lift them up.
Yeah. Okay. Physically lifting them out is dramatically easier.
But I mean, not like physically lift them up, but like just like do the motion.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. That also is much easier than them doing it by themselves. And what would be your paired action for this particular shield wall cast to make it different?
Well, can I get a few seconds to think about that?
Of course. Now, this is actually quite convenient because there's only one of you guys who can hear quite well at the moment. And to that one person's ears, namely Miyuki, you would hear something interesting at this point. You can see number 9 walking out from the door towards the part where the road narrows. You can see the wolves quickly starting to close in, though not getting super close just yet. Number 9 has come right up to the edge of that little perimeter of bones that they built. But also,
I'm starting to wonder if this perimeter of bones was built by on behalf of the people we're trying to save as one of their superstitions, or maybe if it was built by the person trying to trap them.
Yeah, not entirely clear. Either way, it would be very surprising if the wolves did it.
The wolves might have been puppets.
Indeed.
With throats like that, they might have some ability to regurgitate even.
Yeah. They do kind of, now that you can see them a little bit better, they do have kind of that sort of look to them, though she's too far away to be able to really examine their biology very closely. But far, far away, she would hear a distant call. Not a wolf, it's thinner and raspier. The distinct squawk of a corvid far, far away. She would also then, not because of her a sensory stat, but because of her vantage point, she would see a visible ripple through the wolf pack. The ones furthest back start moving forwards. The ones they reach start moving forwards with them. The one that they reach start moving forwards with them as they start to come rushing forwards in a quiet, subtle wave. Piece by piece by piece, not all at once.
I need a pretty good run. Ooh. Can I just do a sort of a very small storm calling? I want to sort of whip up my hand like that and make the rooftop spin around to give me the momentum to use my data to take the maximum number of steps out, hopefully to get beyond where the sort of front line that number 9 is setting up. announce the attack by out of the bluing into a thunderbolt
Yeah.
on the bolts, hopefully. And then I want to try to follow that raven, but it's going to be tricky.
Now, let's begin with the spin, because that was sick. I love that. A little twist sends you spinning off into the air, and from there you have the momentum to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least take 6 or 7 steps out, bringing you beyond number 9, especially because of the initial jump that you got. From here, you said you wanted to, out of the blue, down pretty much as center wolf as possible. Roughly correct?
Yeah.
And you said you wanted to emerge in a thunderclap?
Yeah, I want the out of the blue striking the ground to be the clap that makes the thunderclap.
Absolutely. And in that case, number 9. Actually, I'll catch you up when we get to this point. But as you hit, your bolt would hit one of the nasty trees that's in the straggly trees that's in the area. But you would descend down to the base of the tree, and from there emit the thunderclap.
Okay. Does that tree catch fire?
The tree does catch fire immediately,
Nice.
and you can see that as it starts to smolder away, dry and crappy as it is. Not only does your blast send the wolves howling in sudden alarm, but it also takes up the rest of the pack starts to take up the howl into a discordant cacophony. Now, it's going to take a moment for Miyuki to process this in full, because as she emerges from her blast, she is clear of wolves for the moment, but within seconds they start to turn on her, snarling, though many of them have been thrown far. What would she like to do in immediate response to this?
I take a nice sturdy stance with my feet and take a fighting stance.
Your back is currently to the tree, but immediately, though again you've thrown quite a few wolves with your blast, they, as a pack, are quickly replaced by others. You are faced down by 3, snarling with their strange throat pouches rippling in front of you, and they start to quickly circle you around, such that 2 of them are kind of behind you on either side of the tree, and only 1 is in front of you. What do you want to do?
Okay, I'm gonna need good reflex for this, which I honestly just have middling reflex. But the first thing I want to do is when the first one moves to attack, I want to detect not its jump, but the flinch of its muscles tensing up. I want to kick snow and sand from the ground into its eyes.
Now, this would only work if it's the one that's coming towards you from the front. The other 2 that are kind of behind you, if one of them went first, you would not be able to see them well enough to process that. So, what do you want to do if that is the case? Because you do not know if it is the case yet.
I want to try to move around nice and slowly, keeping my combat stance as I do. Eyes darting around, head moving. I want to take 2 lightning bolts out of my hair and let, I guess, half of my hair fall down into a smooth black cascade. But yeah, I'll do the best I can to keep my eyes on all 3 of them. Actually, they're probably going to start to anticipate when I'm going to look away and use that to strike.
Quite. You can already see them adjusting to that. This is exactly the sort of thing that they seem comfortable doing.
I want to telegraph that I'm about to look away from one of them, and then do so, and then kick the sand in that direction.
Yep. Before we go further with that, number 9. Let's finish your action before you hear what Miyuki has done.
All right. Just to be clear, she used out of the blue.
She has not yet. Well, I'm going to catch you up to
okay.
that point. So that because you're finishing up a paired action.
Mm-hmm. Right. What I was thinking of is just doing a very quiet stomp on the ground, and then instead of doing a general loud one, and then I'm going to be holding up my hands as if I was signaling that I'm entirely defenseless, which I may as well be. There's no shields or anything, right?
Indeed.
And I'll scream out at the wolves, "Come at me, you stupid beasts! I am entirely defenseless. I give up."
Hilariously, we all hear this in our
yeah, that's true. And as you are doing so, you can see several of them are creeping close enough that you can actually really make them out very clearly. A couple of particularly large brutes are towards the front of them. You can feel the shields like kind of slot into place under the snow, beveling up the snow just a little bit as they do so.
Yeah, still holding up my hands, giving up, and maybe I'm going to be starting to like back off to
now
activate their, instinct of running after me.
As you take your first step back, you see a flash through the trees, and one of the trees bursts into a small smoldering fire. There's a boom so loud that you can hear it easily through all of your through your ear protection. And while you don't see Miyuki, you do see a couple of wolves go sailing through the air in a couple directions off in the woods. The wolves, many of them startle and flip around, and you can see that this possibly it's this that starts them taking up their sound. All of them start to howl at the tops of their lungs. And rather than immediately bolting towards number 9, it seems as though the pack kind of concentrates itself right in front of number 9 in like a big perimeter across the road and into the woods, and howls in unison. It is so loud that he can actually hear it through his ear protection because of his proximity. And the strange, awful, eerie, discordant nature of it it doesn't quite rattle his non-existent brain, right? But it does... How do I describe it? It does twist what is left of his stomach. It's an eerie, uncanny feeling that he probably hasn't felt since he was alive. It is a mortal fear, though admittedly dramatically toned down, both because of Exhibit's own nature and because of his ear protection.
And 2 pluses to will. No, that's a different character, sorry.
Yes.
No pluses to will. I was going to rely on that. Oh, God.
I did consider taking a will trait instead of a resilience trait for Miyuki.
Quite. But before that, let's hear what number 9 would like to do in response to this chorus.
Was the explosion by the tree enough to like startle me to have like an instinct reaction?
Absolutely.
Or like all right, because I think that would make me activate the shield wall automatically. Oh god, oh fire! I just
The shields pop up, and you stumbling backwards with the shields popping up seems to be enough to call the wolves to action. Still howling, they start to surge forwards, and you can see through the gaps in your shields. The front runners slam into your shield wall with their shoulders, almost like they're trying to knock down a door. You know what I mean? However. Being a shield wall, it's not gonna be knocked over by that. But at the same time, a good number of them are flanking around your shield wall to where you were stumbling back from it. What actions do you want to take? You're taking steps backwards. You have wolves coming out on your left and right with your shield wall in front of you.
All right. How many of the wolves that get sort of like pushed backwards?
Not sure. Can't see them beautifully.
All right.
Can I have a reaction as I'm seeing this?
I'll give you a chance to do a reaction. I just want to get an immediate thing from number 9 here.
Wow! Come and fight me, you stupid beast! And I will unsheath my sword and try my best to, turn left, right, make sure that none of them is attacking me. But
sure.
I'm thinking...
Are you keeping blade up? Are you striking? Are you swinging wildly? What do you want to do here?
Probably keeping the blade still, mostly, just like pointing at them.
Are you pointing left or right? Because they're on opposite sides of you right now.
Yeah, I would be switching sides.
Yeah.
Which isn't the best thing to do against wolves, but I don't think I have a lot of options here. So.
Tybalt, follow-ups.
Yeah, what are the shields made of?
You don't know.
Okay,
looks metalish.
They look like shields, so perfect.
Also,
as
a
I
quick
see
note, Tybalt and the archers would see the flash and the fire catch in the trees, as well as a couple of wolves sailing through the air, and you'd also hear the pack starting to call. Many of the archers shudder at this, and 1 or 2 even try to close the windows with the skins that cross them. But at the same time, 1 or 2 of the others, including especially Diolbok, will actually physically pull them back, yelling at them barely audible through the headphones to keep the windows open.
I will yell out myself and say, "Hold! The lightning is ours!" And then I will take the blue wren feather and I will look as I see the shields come up.
Yep.
I see my opportunity. And as I see the wolves slam into the shields, I shoot out a lightning bolt towards one of the wolves on the shield, hoping that. Well, we'll see what happens, but I'm pretty sure I know what will happen.
The bolt arcs down and is drawn immediately into the shield itself, electrifying it as the wolf scrabbles against it. Now, it's hard for you to make out amidst the dark and the snow, but with the flash of light that emits from it, it seems to at least have scared, if not hurt, some of the wolves that are on top of the shield wall. Do you have immediate follow-ups, Tybalt?
Yeah. Does it look like the ones that are trying to surround and flank number 9? Does it look like number 9 is going to be like caught unawares in any way?
He looks completely boned. Reason being, no pun intended. Reason being is that as he's kind of like you can hear him yelling in your ear. As he's yelling, his sword is not a small sword, and as such, switching directions with it is not something you can do second to second. Because of that, he switched 1, switches 2, and as he's switching back, the ones on the side that he was switching from dive in at him at great speed.
All right.
Okay.
Tybalt respond first, because he actually would see this better than you from his angle.
Yeah, so seeing that, I will just look over to Hjalbuck, do this, raise my ear, and I will just say a quick word, which is protect your little ward. So hoping nobody else can hear this but him, basically. Protect your little ward. If they get in, protect your room, and I'll make my way back. That is an oath to you. I'll put the ear back on, and I will say, I'll do a little wave, and then I'm going to jump out of the window.
Yep. As you leap out, number 9, you've switched 1, switch 2, switch 3, and this is when you feel yourself slammed into the back, like something slam into your back.
Oh god. Definitely enough to send me flying, right?
Excuse me. My wife has turned an umbrella into... Yes, you can show your umbrella hat. It looks great.
Oh. That sounds very convenient.
What if we kissed underneath the hat umbrella?
Nice. Thank you for sharing.
Now that seems like an item that the Thunderbird should have.
Pardon me. Okay. Would you mind closing the door?
That could be a skin for a feathered cloak.
Thank you. Oh, geez. Are you caught? Are you okay? Thank you. Pardon me.
This is why it's a bad luck to open an umbrella indoors.
Okay, pardon me. I don't remember what the fuck I said. Oh, yeah. So, number 9. You are being knocked to the ground immediately from this powerful hit.
Immediately.
It's at this point that I will out of the blue, for sure. So, my intention was to out of the blue into the open area behind the shields.
Yeah.
So to try to hit them as they're coming at number 9.
And number 9, what would be your responses to being knocked down?
As I'm falling down, I will try I'm willing to let go of my sword because it's not like I'm going to be able to do much with a two-handed sword as I'm lying on the ground anyways.
Yeah.
And I'll try my best to slap the dog across the face.
Yeah, it's behind you, so it would be kind of like one of these.
Yeah, sure. It doesn't even need to be powerful because I'm activating a Gare things.
Yeah.
Saying, a bad dog, get away! Get away!
And as you do so, you could feel its jaws around your neck for a moment, but as you smack it, it backs off with a loud, sonorous yelp. And you can feel the group around you clears away for a moment, though you are surrounded on literally all sides by like 6 of them breathing down your neck at the moment. Now, this is enough to roll back over at the very least, because you're face down right now. So what do you want to do?
Stand back up and confidently walk towards the wolf that jumped at me.
Yeah.
Do I know which one it is?
Yeah, definitely.
Right,
reason being is that it still has like a piece of your wrappings in its mouth.
Give that back right now. That's mine. Those bones are mine. Just like walk at him, angrily.
Do you want to pick up your sword as you're doing so?
Not for now. No, I don't need to.
As you do so, another arc of lightning shoots across the sky. Tybalt, you conducted to the shields as well as your bolt, because they are the pretty big metal thing nearby. But you hit a metal shield just beyond the ring of wolves by number 9, causing them to yelp and start and turn about.
As I hit, so I've grabbed my hammer as I leaped out the window.
Yep.
I out of the blue onto the shield. I expected this. As I hit, can I use the conductive energy of the lightning electricity that's gone off as I hit to charge into my hammer, and I'm gonna throw the hammer towards the opening and try to conduct some of that blast of energy out through the hammer into the ground.
Just into the ground?
I think there's multiple wolves, so I want to do an area of effect
Absolutely.
damage as opposed to just hitting.
I love the idea of turning the wasted electricity into the hammer charge. I think that's fantastic. And
I guess it's kind of a manifestation in some way, but
it's a kind of I would say more of an energy work, but it's really sick.
Energy work.
And so because of this, the hammer slams into the ground, discharging a blast of lightning. This is not the one that number 9 is looming towards. And instead, the hammer actually catches one of the wolves' center mass and slams it into the ground itself, arcing off and leaving a horrible, smoldering wound on its side. Several others leap away, and Tybalt, since you are protected by the shields, you only have to worry about the ones that are in front of you, because you've appeared kind of in the midst of the shield semicircle. So facing out, number 9 is kind of on your left-ish side, the wolves are in front of you and on your right-ish side.
Now, do I know that number 9 activated Garen things? Is that something that I instinctively know?
No, but you do know that they are seemingly scared of him and backing away from him as he's approaching one that has some of his rags in its mouth.
Okay, because I'd like to start to say, away with you, and I start to clap and literally do a thunderclap as part of it.
Wow, like thunderclap Gareth thinks join in. And as you do so, you hear yelping and growling and howling from the wolves. The ones that had number 9's rags spits them out and goes sprinting away. And you can see that the wolf charge seems to have been, if nothing else, stymied. And they're starting to pull away from the tower. Thanks probably in large part to that Gareth thanks.
Just energy work it from one big thunderclap into multiple
Yes, I had a feeling you were doing it. And as you do so, you would also see 1 or 2 arrows snick their way through the air to the surrounding area. But before we go further with that, Miyuki, having looked and then tried to fake out a look, you kick up a flurry of snow in one direction, and after kicking up the flurry of snow, did you have an immediate follow-up to that? You have a lightning bolt out, 2 lightning bolts out as well.
I want to save those for if I definitely need them.
Yeah.
But I want to, I guess, swivel around and deliver a chop to that wolf's throat. Should be an easy target to hit and take out one of its weapons.
Now, the wolf, the wolf that you anticipated diving at you is in fact diving at you. It is, in this case, going towards your center mass with its huge jaws turned sideways into a big chomping scissor-like bite. And as such, its throat is not in a beautiful place unless you try to go under it and come up like that.
Okay, then instead, can I use this arm to deflect the bite upwards? I guess that would push it somewhat towards my face.
Yeah.
But I feel like it will be less inclined to try to bite if I use the lightning bolts between my knuckles to stab it in the throat.
And as you bring up the throat and get your 2 little hairpins into its throat, the force of it coming is substantial. This thing is a substantial body weight. It's much bigger than a normal wolf. And as such, you would feel its momentum knocking you backwards quite effortlessly. You did manage to get its jaws up and away, but it's still coming forwards.
Okay, I've got its sort of face is resting up here.
Yeah.
I want to try to not stop its momentum, but deflect it and kind of tilt away myself in a sort of spinning motion. So that I can, it's more, I guess, I'm not sure if I can say that accurately, but I think it would be more of a Tai Chi-esque move to try to deflect the momentum of my opponent.
Yeah.
Not deflect, but redirect. That's the word.
You're going for Aikido, I believe. But it's same. I understand the principle completely. In that case, as you're doing this spin to move away, you keep your balance, but you already have a second of the 3 bearing down on you. It's going low.
Okay. Then I think if it's going low, then my instinct is kind of to try to lift up a leg and then stomp on its face, which I could probably empower if I channeled a thunderclap through my Gaeta.
You would not have that up.
I would not have that up. Okay, then can I do a manifestation instead?
What would be the manifestation?
As I lift up my foot, I want wisps of snow to follow along the sort of stilt-like structure on it, and then condense and solidify into ice blades.
Oh, that's very cool. And then a stomp.
I know, that's the point.
And then a stomp down on its head.
Yes.
Would you be okay with the ice blades breaking off immediately such that you are not carried forward by the foot?
Yes.
I had a feeling, yeah. Now, once again, as you stomp down, the blades go not into its head, but kind of into its upper throat area. And again, the momentum is substantial, and it's going to take your other leg out from under you. So how do you want to make sure that you don't go down with this thing as it's skidding underneath you?
Okay, so I've got one leg that's kind of half stuck to the wolf. That's the one that's being taken out
in
from
the
under
process,
me, right?
The other one, the one that you stomped with, the blades are in the process of breaking. It's the leg that you're standing on that its huge body is going to smash into as it's rolling underneath you.
Okay. Well, then I'll just jump from that leg.
Yeah.
And kind of, I just kind of want to float gently back down with the feathered cloak.
And this little jump, the wolf is coming fast enough that it does kind of take out a little piece of your leg, but it's not so much that you can't still land with the cloak. The one that you initially kicked the wisp of snow at, now that you've dealt 1 string in, 2 string in, now the one that you kicked the wisp of snow at is now coming at you as well, this time coming in center mass in a full-blown headbutt.
Okay, now I'll throw one of the lightning bolts.
Center mass?
Yep.
And this time, even though the wolf is coming at speed, its momentum is stopped in its tracks. It skids down into the snow, a smoldering mess. The one that you initially kind of throat chopped has backed off from you as well, and you can see is snarling and howling. This combat has helped keep your mind off the noise, but now the noise is very much in your ears. You can feel it kind of fuzzing your senses.
I have a manifestation prepared for that, actually.
Yes, let's hear it.
So the effect of this manifestation is not really particularly in line with Miyuki. However, the paired action is very much so.
Let's hear it.
What I want the effect to be their howls turn against them in some way. Like maybe for every human they turn, they also terrify 1 or 2 of their own. Or maybe there's a random chance of their howls accidentally afflicting a wolf instead of a human. But anyway, the paired action is that Miyuki takes a deep breath and says, "In the frigid night, the wolf's desperate howl scares more than their prey."
And as you say this aloud, the howling wolf pauses in its call, its throat pouch deflating slightly as it does. Its luminescent eyes look towards you, and you can see its gaze kind of flit a little bit, up and down your person, off to your left, off to your right, and it starts to back away. You hear the rest of the pack howling around you, off in the woods, off on the road, and 1 or 2 actually streak past you, joining the wolf that you are currently staring down, which turns tail and flees as well. It seems that the whole pack is on its way running up the road.
They're running towards the tower, not away from it?
No, they're running away from the tower.
Okay. Nice. All right, that might be a sign that this encounter is coming to an end. I have questions about the magic at play, and I mean, if this encounter is coming to an end, then we probably have the most time right now before their next strike. So it might be a good time to start heading back to the tower. Does that check out with baseline intelligence?
Feels correct, though I will note it's harder for Miyuki to think than it normally would be because of the howling. And because she has this moment of respite, she would actually notice that her hands are trembling.
I'll kneel in the snow, pick some of it up, and splash my face with it.
Yeah. The dry snow kind of strikes against your face, cold and dim, but despite it, you feel the howls still echoing in your mind. The wolves are sprinting past you, none of them stopping to pay you any attention. But so too do you hear through the wind a guttural caw echo out again. before we go further with Miyuki, let's check back in with number 9 and Tybalt. Tybalt is clapping his hands together in a series of small thunderclaps. Number 9 has recovered his ripped bandages, and the wolves are fleeing. It seems like they're fleeing en masse as a group back up the road away from the tower.
How many of them are fleeing?
You cannot see any that are staying, at least never for more than a moment or two before they kind of take stock of the rest of the pack and flee as well. And the pack is freaking huge. There's at least 30, if not more.
Oh, fuck, yeah. See, because what I was thinking of doing is trapping them here with us. I'm not sure if I want to trap 30 wolves in here.
Yeah. Although you do, as number 9 is taking stock of the situation, he would see that Tybalt has killed one.
1 out of 30.
1.
Oh, that's nice. We are making progress, I suppose.
Any actions from Tybalt as well as the wolves are fleeing?
If I yell out, is number 9 able to hear me?
You have been able to communicate with the others by yelling, although it's quite uncomfortable to do so, of course.
But I do have an immediate action, if I may.
Yeah, an immediate action from number 9 first.
All right. Activate my microphone. All right, everyone, I will need all of you to scream out right now. Because, I'm still doing the Gyro things. But
Indeed.
I'm going to end it and activate my perk, which is that, after the scream finishes. I do have empowered manifestations after a Gyro thing.
That's so cool,
and
yeah.
Especially after it has ended prematurely, which I'm kind of sure this one did.
This is a very short Gyro things. Yeah, so you hear,
Yeah.
you can faintly through your earphones hear people yelling from the tower.
Can I as I hear him say this, I will just yell out, "We're driving them back! We're driving them back!"
And I am driving them back here, and I will slam my my Nodachi into the ground. And I would like to summon several ice spikes on the road to trap at least some of them in here.
Oh, I see what you mean. I will give you 1. They are quite fast, but in this case, the ice spikes can form around one of the stragglers, trapping it in place, and immediately its powerful body starts to rip and tear and bite at the ice spikes to try to escape.
Oh, you mean like literally trapped inside ice spikes?
Indeed.
Oh, that's nice.
That's what I heard from you, so I'm going to go with that. An empowered manifestation.
I mean, when I meant trapped, I meant like trapped in the area with us. But I don't mind this at all. The only reason I didn't ask is because I thought it would be too much. So
no, I actually think that since this is a more a smaller area of ice spikes, I think that would be like I'm kind of more okay with that than like a big wall.
All right. Can I also luck pitch with 0 luck? That it happens to be the one that took my brag.
You know what? That makes too much sense to not. Yes, we're okay with this.
I'll power walk towards the trapped wolf, and I'll just shout to Tybalt like others. Come with me. I caught one.
Tybalt, do you have any things you would like to do? You said you wanted to say something.
I do. Well, we're talking to each other anyway, so I guess I'm yelling to him. So I just say, take my hammer. If you want me to come to you, throw it.
Where?
Oh, you would actually have seen the
I
hammer.
think
It's slightly embedded in a smoldering wolf, the one that was killed.
Sure, I will take this. You can try to pull the sword out of frozen ground. I don't think it's going to budge. So I will take this.
I take out my harpoon with some rope.
All right. I guess I'm armed with the hammer now, so that's cool. And I'm heading towards the wolf.
Yeah, the wolf is, as you might like an animal in a trap, is absolutely beside itself, scrabbling and kicking. It's actually managed to break one of the ice spikes that's containing itself, but it still has plenty more to get through.
All right. Go down in there. You want some bones, right?
The wolf doesn't respond in any way beyond continuing to rip and tear at its prison.
Regardless, I think the wolf does in fact want some bones, so I am wondering if this is a confirmation of 2 arms.
What do you want to do with 2 arms?
Summon a bunch of bones for me.
Jeez. You know what? If any character I'm going to let do it, it's probably number 9. Sure, we do a small 2 arms off of that.
Can I get the bone in my hand?
Yeah, I'm alright with that.
Yeah. Hey, you want this?
The direwolf, as it continues to rip and tear, it's one of its eyes, huge and throbbing, kind of looks towards you, and you can see it snaps wildly in your direction.
I will pull it back quickly. Hey, no, calm down. You work with me, you're gonna get more. You're gonna get more if you work with me.
And you can see that it tries to muster up its throat pouch to like howl in your face, but because it's kind of like in a pinned environment, it can't fill it with air properly.
Right, it doesn't look like it's really listening to me, right?
Did you get these bones from yourself, or is this from something around?
Well, I did use Minder 2 arms for those, so no, they are summoned, out of thin air.
I see. Yeah, 2 arms. Yeah.
It doesn't look like the
I was
wolf.
hearing 2 arms, like number 2, and I was confused.
It doesn't look like the wolf is positively responding to my
Not even a
proposition
little
here,
bit.
Right?
It looks like it would like nothing more than to rip you limb from limb.
I guess I will throw the bone to him so that he's at least like busy with
The wolf grabs it, crunches it in half, and begins to try to like maul more at it as it is briefly paused from trying to attack its prison.
I can try following it to wherever it goes. Would you like that?
I don't really have any plan with the wolf, so I guess you can. Yeah, sure. Should I just free it?
Yes.
All right. Well, let's hope it doesn't go after me, and I'll take the hammer and try to
stay out of the way.
I will break away one of the ice spikes and immediately step aside.
Yeah, the wolf manages to pull its way out.
As he does this, I harpoon it in the butt, or in the flank.
The wolf lets out an absolutely enraged howl and sprints off into the night along the road. Now,
I grab the rope.
There is snow on the ground, and Tybalt is whisked off at speed.
I use my Teleria to just gain some slight control. So now I'm kind of like water skiing.
Yeah, it's like water skiing. More like being pulled on an ATV when you're using like a snowboard or something like that. And it also is not particularly trying to, take nice paths, and as such, it immediately goes plunging into the woods, bringing you towards a maze of like old gnarled branches.
Okay. Does it realize it's being followed, or is it just running for its life? What is it? What maneuvers
it does seem like it's trying to take evasive maneuvers.
Well, I have 2 might, so I might just like pull on the rope every once in a while. I can use Teleria to kind of give me like a braking second, and I pull so that if he's trying to like pull me into a tree or something, I can pull him away in another direction.
Tybalt's strength and also his ability to kind of cushion his falls and slow and change his descents will allow him to actually follow the wolf quite effectively as it goes down into the trees, then back up onto the path and crosses over the trees. However, in so doing, Tybalt would be whisked past Miyuki, who is currently kneeling in the snow with some snow currently dripping down her face. She would see Tybalt being whipped past, connected to a wolf's ass by a harpoon on a rope.
Hi there! You good?
I had been implanted with a desire to go that way anyway, so I'll follow running along, I guess.
Indeed. Tybalt is going a little faster, but not terribly much.
Because if on cue, Kylie just texted the Legacy server, Enclave Warriors are a menace.
Number 9.
Trying to catch up!
Actions you'd like to take as Tybalt is whisked away.
Did the wolf take the bone with him or not?
It took half the bone.
See, because I don't care if it dies. I have a perk that is able to reanimate those who have responded in kind to my 2 arms.
Oh, that's sick. That's so cool.
Right. Yeah. I guess I will try to follow behind, but not like running or anything.
Yeah.
Maybe he will, try to run, and then he gets like a knee pain and just runs and, slower.
And you can follow along the road since the wolf is taking a more circuitous path, like crossing the road and then going into the trees and then out of the trees. And so because of that,
I guess I'm still armed with the hammer, which is interesting.
Yeah. Now,
I mean, in intelligence inside, I'm probably not going to be able to pull out the sword, right? Which I slammed into the ground.
You could probably work it out. You have a hammer.
Well, it would take a long time. Right?
It would take some time.
All right, I think it's going to be better if I follow immediately.
Indeed. And as you
Would you mind if I
plod
took
your way-
like a 5-minute break here
That's perfectly fine.
after we are done with this? All right.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine because I can cut back to the other two right now.
Mhm.
They're way up ahead as is. And as the two of you are way up ahead, as mentioned, with Tybalt zooming out in front and Miyuki running along in back, Miyuki would... I told you before I cut away last time, you heard those distant caws. And again, you hear another set of caws. Tybalt does not hear these, muffled as he is. And up ahead, almost like a changing tide or the redirection of a school of fish, the wolves turn and begin to make their way back towards the tower. They seem to be almost frenzied, whipped up by, and you can see that in their eyes, they and by their behavior, they are exhibiting the same fear that you saw them exhibiting at the tower, except this time in the opposite direction, back towards the tower.
Can I let go and slide the rest of the way? But
Yep.
as I'm doing this, I want to like spin around, and as I spin, I kind of do this motion, and I want to try to do my manifestation that I've done many times in the past, which is whisper in the wind to try to carry my voice along the wind towards a target where generally I know where they are.
Yep.
So I'm going to try to send this back towards number 9.
Yep.
And I will say out, number 9, the wolves are coming back to the tower. Hold it strong. We'll take care of whatever's leading this.
And as your whisper in the wind goes whisking off, immediate follow-ups because Miyuki has just caught up to you.
Great. Miyuki, you okay? I think she looks a little bit disheveled, right? At this point?
Half of her hair is down. She has a little bit of snow coming off of her face, and she definitely looks like, she doesn't look as put together as she was before.
Then again, she has a sword sticking out of her chest. So, you look okay? Yeah. Did you?
I'm quite
What
well, thank you.
Tybalt cannot hear her and has to take out a headphone in order to do so.
Yeah.
I encountered the wolves.
Hmm.
Managed to scare them off for now. The way they act now, I wonder...
You can see
If
them
the
starting to
Lord of-
sprint back towards your position, by the way, taking up their howl again.
Oh, I thought they were going back to the tower, but they're going back on us.
You're in the path. Because, again, it's a very thin
I see.
line, and you were at the very tail end of their retreat. Now they're turning around to go back past you towards the tower, but of course in your direction as well. Miyuki, did you have a follow-up
let's get up
after
and
saying,
high.
I wonder?
I wonder... Out of the way, let them pass.
Exactly. Is there trees around us?
Plenty.
All right. I will climb up a branch, just a hop of a Teleria.
Yep.
And then I will pull down my arm. I guess I haven't seen her fly, but I guess I saw her do a lightning bolt situation.
You didn't actually see
actually,
that. You only heard it and kind of saw the flash.
I only heard. All right. I offer my hand. I think it's the thing you would do.
I'll take her hand. I'll take his hand.
And
I
the
don't
two
want
of you are
Wasting resources.
Indeed. The two of you are get up into the tree as the wolves go sprinting underneath. Now, Tybalt, this is your first time hearing them howl. And the sound is dreadful. It's truly awful. It's, like I said, a feeling of existential dread, but it's more than just, oh man, I'm going to die. No, it's way worse than that. It's the feeling of being cornered. It's the feeling of knowing that you and also people you love are in danger. It's an awful, awful sound, and it would immediately set him on edge. His fingers kind of clenching despite themselves, and his teeth grinding, and his back rattling.
To
Okay,
pretend to do a manifestation.
Oh, pardon?
I would like to pretend to do a manifestation.
Indeed.
I would like to reach into the sort of the breast pocket of the kimono and take out the vertebrae from earlier, the stamp.
Yep.
And I'm going to tell him, this is the crest of the Lord of Crows who is controlling the wolves with fear. And I'm going to take his hands, put it in the palm of his hands, and then clasp his hands shut with mine. Hold it tight, and it will protect us from that fear. I'm not trying to actually make this to try to actually draw magic from that, but I want to sort of power of suggest him into just straight up resisting it with his will.
Absolutely. Oh, pardon me. We finally have Tomáš back. Awesome. There we go. Pardon me. And I'm sorry, could you repeat the very last thing you said?
So yes, I would like to not actually manifest with this action, but I would like him to think that I am, which kind of, along with my explanation, power of suggestions him into resisting some of the fear with his natural will stat, or perhaps even his intelligence stat.
Well, in that case, Tybalt, you are handed this interesting bone-looking charm. No bigger than like a large coin, with a funny chicken foot-shaped symbol on it. And Miyuki's words do reach your mind, despite the clutching fear and the awful sound that is ringing through the air.
I think first I was trying to like see if any abilities I could activate, but I think everything's kind of on cooldown and nothing's really directly. So I think I just tried to scrunch myself up and try to hold back this noise from my ears. And now she's giving me the seal. I will look at it and I will hear her words, and then I say, then I don't want the seal of our enemy. I want the seal of someone to protect. And I will take out my rolled up paper that Hanj wrote something on, and I will touch that seal instead. And I feel like this is kind of a defiance moment, a turning point.
And as Tybalt says this, the sound is still in his ears. His fingers are still clenched, his teeth are still grinding, and he can feel a faint sting at his eyes. Maybe tears, maybe just cold. But if nothing else, he has a little bit of autonomy that he didn't have before. You at least can move.
Okay. I will say, let's get through this tree line. Is the wind here is still died down a little bit?
The wind is low at the moment. Okay. Not as low as it was when you guys first worked to calm it, but still no higher than about 30 miles an hour, which is, not insubstantial, but it's not the worst.
I put the written up seal back in my item, my equipment, and then I will kind of unveil my cloak as I am going to try to fly away from the wolves along the tree line.
Now, you'll only be able to fly if you ride the wind. And the wind in this area has been a little bit unpredictable. Like, it'll go one direction, then turn wildly and go another direction. So if you're trying to ride the wind to get tree to tree, you'll have to wait for it to be going in the correct direction.
Okay, I'm okay doing that for a moment first. Yeah.
Yeah. Does Miyuki have a different idea as Tybalt unfurls his cloak and begins to make his slow progress through the trees?
A different idea, yes, but it's a luck pritch that is probably going to fail. This tree that we're in, it's got needle-like leaves, which is not what I'm looking for.
Yes, it is an evergreen.
Great. Yeah, I don't think I have anything. Not until I start picking up some other equipment.
In that case, will you follow Tybalt?
Yes.
Wolves are screaming beneath you, by the way. And I should note that while you guys are, you're not in their eyesight, they're not dumb, and they do notice you as you fly. But when you unfurl your wings, they bolt, and they give you a wide berth.
They are afraid of us who protect the tower, but they are more afraid of whoever is controlling them from here. Take out that fear, the wolves will disperse.
I agree. Whatever master of that seal you found. I first will go with that first spurt that's going in the right direction of the wind, but then I notice that this is going to take forever. So instead, I'm going to take out my drum, and I will kind of see where the wind is going and hit, and then I will drive the drum forward and hit. And I'm going to try to use the storm brewing that I'm still kind of active. Like, it's dying the wind down, but I'm going to try to have it so that it's not dying down as much in this direction.
Yeah, you have kind of an aisle of wind. Is that roughly correct? Right. Now, number 9. Let's jump back over to you.
Yeah.
I feel like I have missed out, so...
That's perfectly fine. Well, before anything else, number 9 has seen Tybalt whisk away. Does he have any immediate follow-up actions before anything else?
Yeah, I mean, angrily, saying some insults, but like, just to myself, letting out steam. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Run after them with like, I think I will just like walk in that direction.
Yeah,
Angrily.
And as you walk for only about 20 seconds or so before, again, you can't really hear super duper well because of your headphones, but you do hear the faint sounds of their howling kick back. But more importantly, you hear Tybalt's voice as though he were right at your shoulder. Now, I don't remember the exact quote, and you don't have to give me it word for word, Alex, but if you could restate it, that would be great.
Yeah, I said, the winds are coming back your way into the tower. Stay at the tower and hold strong. We will take care of whatever master is controlling these wolves.
Oh. Well, I guess then I'm, swearing even more as I'm turning around and going into the tower.
Are you going to be going at any sort of speed?
I mean, that sounded pretty ominous. I don't think I was expecting the wind to start speaking anyway, so yeah, I'll probably try to, run.
Shuffle on your way back. And you do pass your sword on the way back. Are you going to try to go for that?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Pick it up. Yeah.
And after a little bit of arguing, you got it back. And at this point, however, you can hear them more loudly, even through your headphones. And up the road behind you, you can see them charging back. Again, they move. They're not a mindless horde. Even though they are clearly like agitated and on edge and alert and in hunt mode, they're still moving with great coordination in pockets and groups and little streams on varying parts of the path leading towards you. You, at this point, have gotten pretty much to where the road begins to widen just before it reaches the tower. So you're all of, 15 to 20 paces away from the tower itself. What do you want to do?
Now, would Shield Wall be off cooldown?
Shield Wall is, I believe, is it a low or a mid cooldown?
I think low.
I think it's low as well. Off the top of my head, I can't remember. If you wouldn't mind checking.
Yeah, low.
Yeah, you have it.
And 2 arms.
From the thing. Let me check here.
I mean, 2 arms has a mid cooldown, but I literally summoned the bone.
It's true.
The cooldown is low.
2 arms has a mid cooldown, I believe, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So you did just summon a bone. So what are you going to try to go for here?
I would try to arm everyone in the tower with something.
Okay, in that case, are you going to go back into the tower?
No, because I have a speaker.
That's true.
Or a microphone. All right, first of all, I'm going to stomp and shout back, summoning a shield wall as tall as possible so that it covers the, road.
Yep.
I mean, they are probably going to be able to find their way around it somehow, but yeah.
Yeah.
And then I speak into the microphone. Hello, this is your tour guide again here. I'm going to need... I need everyone to cheer up right now. Everyone cheer. Just to activate 2 hours.
You can't hear a damn thing in response. What are you trying to go for with 2 arms?
I would them to get bows and more arrows because I'm assuming they are going to be kind of running out.
Okay.
That case, just more arrows is fine.
Yeah. More arrows, A-okay with that. That was a pretty weak sauce 2 arms. So anything better than more arrows, I don't think I would have gone with. But more arrows is fine. And in this case, from summoning more arrows, it's also not a very expensive 2 arms either. So after activating it, what do you want to do?
Right. Everyone that has received arrows, please go onto the battlements. I need some fire support in here. And I guess I would be standing my ground and seeing if any of them get past the shield wall.
Yep, absolutely. You can, through the cracks between the shields, see them charging and approaching. A few of them look like they're thinking about throwing themselves against the shields, but after getting electrocuted last time, they seem to think better of it, and so instead are trying to filter off to either side. You notice that while your shield wall is broad enough to choke this section, these things seem to be great at climbing, and as such can get down a little bit of the stony cliffside to go under and around the shield wall instead.
Not as bad. And there's like dozens of them.
Yes, there are. Though, because they have to go around the cliffside, they only are able to come up in ones and twos. And as soon as they start to pop up, you can see arrows starting to whip out of the topmost room of the tower.
Mhm. I'm definitely going to be making my way towards the entrance into the tower, but
Yep.
also watching if the wolves at least like seem surprised or if any of them flee at the sight of how many missiles they have.
Absolutely. Now, the missiles do seem to take the wolves by surprise. A few of them find their marks quite neatly, although it seems like even in the best cases, these powerful composite bows do not take down a wolf unless they're hit 2 or 3 times. But one hit is definitely enough usually to send one running. And they will like kind of scrabble back down the cliff as best as they can. Do you want to be trying to get back in through the front door? Because in which case you would have to signal for someone to open the barricade, or do you want to go around to the back?
Do I think I have time for that?
It's kind of tricky to call either way. They are coming reasonably fast, even if they're only coming in ones and twos. They do seem to like operating in a group, so maybe you could get away with it, but not a sure shot.
Yeah, well, I will try to go through the front door, I guess.
Absolutely.
You know what? Phone on the gate.
And as you do so, you can feel the grinding against the wood as they lift their bars. However, you can see that as you're going for it, one enterprising wolf is barreling towards you ahead of the rest of the pack, towards the doors. What do you want to do?
Huh. Do I know that the Thunderhammer has an effect?
You saw Tybalt throw it, and it be infused with electricity, but you don't know if you could pull off that same trick.
I had just told you you can throw it out and call for me, and I'd be able to.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't want to, call you because you are on a quest. Presumably, you have something to do.
Indeed.
I'm just looking to charge the hammer and bet the wolf again, away with.
What will it
electric
feel
strike.
like to charge a hammer for you?
You know what? I think as the door is being opened, and I have seen how hard it has been to fight these wolves. I'm probably kind of fearful at being approached even by a single one of these wolves.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to be standing there, gripping my hammer with both my hands, probably like shaking with fear.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if like that sort of negative emotion, sort of like anti-atmosphere emotion, can channel itself into the hammer as it suddenly starts giving out sparks.
The hammer does not start giving out sparks. Instead, it starts oozing with a dark miasma as it begins to rust in your hands.
How significantly does it rust?
To match your Nodachi.
All right. That seems fine. It still seems perfectly usable then.
Maybe not perfectly, but usable for sure.
Okay. All right. Does it at least become lighter? Does it seem like the hammer is sort of? Are we forming like a bond or something?
You have no idea. All that you can feel is that you can see it rusting in your hands, and you can see it again oozing with an eerie dark swirl.
All right. Well, as it's rusting in the hands, I guess they don't make weapons like they used to today. I'm just getting ready for that wolf to pounce at me, and I will try my best to bat it away.
The wolf leaps towards you, its open jaws slavering, its throat pouch inflated. And with a slam, where are you trying to aim on this thing?
Probably the head, but not necessarily the snout. Sort of try to get it in the actual head,
With a baseball swing, you whack this thing
exactly,
across the face. It again slams you to the ground, though its jaws are knocked aside. And more importantly, you can feel it pushed off of you this time because the people who open the door, many have pikes and are stabbing it to try to drive it away from the door. More importantly, you can see that the place where you struck it on the side of the face has necrosed, almost like its flesh has slid off of its face where you hit.
Nice.
You feel yourself being grabbed and pulled back indoors as the doors are slammed shut on the fleeing wolf. And as you do, you hear someone yell in your ear, "Okay, are you?"
Ah, yes, I'm fine. I could have taken on it myself, but thank you. Could certainly use a break right now.
The barricades are put back into place, and you can hear a moment thereafter a thump, thump, thump as wolves start to throw themselves against the door. Before we go further, however, let's jump back over to Tybalt and Miyuki. In the Isle of Wind that Tybalt has conjured, the two of you make quick progress through the trees, flitting from one to the other to another, and you also start to feel the path rising dramatically towards, again, like a hump in the ridge leading towards the tower. There are still pretty substantial slopes on either side, but there aren't quite as sheer precipices, and there's a lot more trees that are bigger and thicker, making travel a lot easier. You are past the point of wolves pretty quickly. They've all scurried underneath you. And after going not terribly much longer, you do start to see other signs of wolf habitation. In the side of the ridge that you guys are flitting along in the trees, you can start to see dug out holes in the frozen, cracked earth. Many of them looking freshly dug, with human bones and clothing scattered amongst them.
Ooh. This is in a clearing? Is this in the woods?
It's not really in a clearing. It's in like the steep slope of the ridge with woods all around it. And so it's kind of like built into their dens are built into the ridge, which is heavily wooded.
If we're still seeing signs of wolf habitation, we haven't gone far enough. We need to go where they don't dare tread.
Indeed. Let's get up high. What's the highest point here? Is there like a peak of some kind?
So this is like, again, like a hump in the ridge. You're on one slope. There's the other slope on the far side, and the slopes go down pretty far in either direction. At the very peak of this little hump, there is also the path itself, of course, as well as you know how many high hills have like a bald spot where vegetation can't grow? It has one of those too.
Let's go there.
How is Tybalt going to redirect his
I will refrain from announcing my presence.
All right.
He says evenly. How will Tybalt re-angle his Isle of Wind?
Yeah. So I guess I will take my drum and kind of rotate it through, I again will try to mimic where it was going, and then I will just adjust where I'm pointing the drum.
Yeah, absolutely. And from here, are you going to be
slowly, gradually?
Excuse me. Are you going to be heading up immediately?
Yeah, I'm going to try to go to that bald peak.
Yeah. And what will Miyuki do?
To try to stay near Tybalt, but I'm going to stay in the cover of the tree canopy, jumping from branch to branch.
Absolutely. This will be substantially slower going, because you'll have to do a lot more climbing and won't have wind assistance. Is this acceptable for Miyuki's purposes?
Yeah. I'm still pretty fast, just as a person.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this case, as Tybalt is making his way up ahead, he starts to reach the top, and from here, no more trees to jump between, though he does see a tent pitched on the bald spot of the mountain. A tent made of white feathers.
Mm. I will just, before I say anything announcing myself, I will just look around and just make sure there's no sort of beasts in the woods or anything around. It's just this tent alone.
Just you, the tent, and the snow.
Okay. I will take out I will tug on the scarf, make sure it's positioned correctly. I will take out the roll, and I will float down with my feather cloak towards the tent to land a little bit ahead of it.
And as you do so, landing in front of the tent, you feel like a deep, uncomfortable twist in your stomach. And you can see that in front of you, there is what looks like a thin sheet, almost like made of glass, that seems to surround the tent at like a 6 to 10 foot perimeter.
I will. Tybalt has an idea, so I will kind of lower myself down with the roll in my hand, and go down into a deep bow, and I say, "Master of the tent, Speaker of the wolves, I
Yuki
come to you
scoffs.
from the tower.
And Miyuki, first of all, could you repeat that? And second of all, what would you like to do?
She scoffs. Just that he's bowing. I'm going to continue watching, and I will swoop in to start attacking if necessary.
And Tybalt, as you are in your little bowed low position, you can feel the wind pick up slightly. And you can hear a faint, low chuckle. And after a moment, out from under the tent flap, there rolls a set of bone discs, very similar to one that you were given before. They roll right up to your feet and kind of like fall sideways, like a coin rolled on its side.
Okay. Are they touching me?
No, not quite.
Okay. I will hold out. I mean, this to me means someone's hearing me. So, and they're laughing with the laughter in the wind. I will hold out the scroll, and I will say, the people of this tower just want to leave. I have here a sign of their surrender. And I unfurl the scroll that the Hanj had written on. It has her seal and some other beautiful things, but I don't think it's anything legible to common, perhaps.
The wind suddenly picks up and whisks it out of your hands towards the tent.
Okay. I will stroke my cloak. I will get on my knees and kind of warm up and stroke my cloak as my lightning bolts are some feathers.
Yep.
Like pinned to the top of it.
Once again, Tybalt, now that the wind is picking up, is realizing how cold he is. His hands are absolutely freezing. It's hard to move the fingers. You see that the paper that was whisked away from you goes through the tent flap, where you can see a little pool of light is emitting from.
I will also like crawl a little bit backwards to try to get a little bit away from these bone coins, as you described them.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think they're to either side of me or something like that.
They aren't quite to either side. They're kind of in front of you, just past where the like they came out of that like pane of glass almost that's between you and the tent, just past that, and kind of fell over neatly at your feet.
Okay, just to get a like a courtier would do. If it send a message, it might like bow, give a message, and then go back. And that's the same thing I'm doing. But inside, I'm also like, in my mind, I'm also like, okay, I don't want to be too close to those things just in case.
Indeed.
Now I'm actually angry.
And after a moment, you hear again the faintest of chuckles on the wind. Miyuki hears it quite clearly too. There's a deep inhale and a long exhale. And then from inside, you hear the guttural caw of a corvid. The sound sends another shiver down Tybalt's back. The snow is starting to pick up.
Okay. No
to
other
jump
response.
down and come to a land behind Tybalt.
Yep.
I'd like to point to the tent to the flap of the tent and say, "Enough of this hiding. Come out and show yourself, or perish where you stand."
You hear one more time. And then two more of the bone charms go rolling out, a little further than the ones to Tybalt, and kind of fall on their sides neatly by Miyuki's feet.
What are they showing on these bones? Like, what's on them?
Each of them has a very simple sign on it. It looks kind of like a chicken foot, a little shape at the bottom, kind of like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and all of them have the same one?
Yep. Although the little bump at the bottom is mirrored. So each two, if you put them together, they would match the lines perfectly.
The laughs that have been given out, Have they been different in tone whatsoever, or they've all been the same?
A little different. Now that you're closer, they seem to be quieter, and the one when the scroll was whisked away seemed much more level and poised, for want of a better term.
Okay.
Actions from Miyuki.
I issued my warning. I'm going to grab the hilt of the sword,
Yep.
remove it, and hold it up high while I charge its sort of thunder hammer effect, while also trying to warm up out of the blue. I'm going to try to do a sideways one here that instead of dealing lightning damage, just lets me do that sort of Kurosawa flash step slash sort of thing.
That's so sick.
That's cool.
I want to cleanly cut the tent in half.
And as your fingers close around your hilt and you feel it charge,
I need to take a perfect stance. My feet need to be exactly aligned. I draw power up from my legs and put the power from my legs informs a sturdy body, informs sturdy arms. I'm putting the strength of every muscle in my body into this, as is proper.
and like a coiled spring, Miyuki is ready.
And last but not least, to help enhance the speed of the dash, I create a conical thunder wave that propels me forward by tapping my back foot against the ground.
Yep.
Not thunder wave, thunderclap, I mean.
Yep.
Are you waiting for anything, or are you going to do this right now?
I'm doing this now.
Okay.
With a crack, Miyuki flashes forward and stops at a halt at the glass pane, that thin waving layer between the tent and yourselves. Her power surges, and it's met almost like a muted sound against this pane. And again, you hear the giggle. This one seems almost girlish.
I grit my teeth and kind of growl.
Please, what are your demands?
And then, after a moment, you finally hear a word. The girl.
This is a woman's voice, yes?
It is. Though kind of a girlish woman's voice.
Okay. The girl, and then what? You will leave?
No. Her voice goes much deeper.
So, what are your demands?
The girl. The rest will leave.
Okay, I will take a side glance at Miyuki, see what she's doing.
She's glaring at the tent. And she responds, no.
No giggle this time.
You will send your wolves again and again, wave after wave, and we will whittle them down, however long it takes. And you will lose. And then I turn and I walk back towards the tower.
And as you turn, she says, will I ever make it through?
You will not.
Never.
I do not respond.
With your back turned, will you continue to walk?
Yes.
Will Tybalt?
Well, I get up and I kind of just shake off. Well, if the terms aren't accepted, I will have the treatise paper back, please.
No.
Okay.
The tent is quiet.
This glass that's around the tent.
Again, I say glass. It's like a layer of magic, right?
Yeah, basically a shield, but like an energy shield.
Columnal.
Kind of magic. Yeah, that was my question. So is this like a cube around it? It's a column?
It seems to be a column, but it's so thin and subtle that you can't see where it dissipates.
Okay. I will say, okay, well, do you want to negotiate or not?
I have told you. The girl. The rest can leave.
Okay, well, then we can bring those terms back to the tower. If you come with us, we can deliver those terms to the men. They might revolt against the girl.
No.
You are not very easy to negotiate with.
I'm not here to negotiate. I'm here to take what is mine.
And what is yours? The girl is yours?
She is now.
Well, my friend is not as patient as I am. I looked at Miyuki walking out. But I will wait here.
I welcome
Can
you.
I go over to the...
She says, I welcomed you in.
Oh, I can come in?
Obviously.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I will look to Miyuki. Is Miyuki just walking off?
Yes.
Okay. I will hold on to my scarf, and I will kind of put it around my face, and I will take out my drum and just nervously, and I will step towards the tent.
And you hit the pane as though it's a solid wall. You hear a chuckle, and then a little rattle on the ground as the two little bone charms shiver in place.
Okay. Can I go over to the bones and poke them with my drum?
And then you hear, almost as though she's speaking to a child, pick them up, one in each hand. Very easy.
I see. Well, I didn't know that. Can I scoop them up with my drum first?
Yeah, you can.
Like I reverse the drum and scoop them up?
Yeah.
And then just with, let's see. I guess I will just kind of channel some energy through this because I want to counter, like, if it's going to harm me. I want to try to react. So first, I'm going to have to just some electrical energy that I send through the drum to the skull pieces to see if they react in any way.
You don't feel any reaction.
Okay. I will poke one.
No reaction.
Great. I will hold them in both my hands.
And you step through it as though it were a thin waterfall. Though passing through, you feel a deep shudder through your entire body.
Mm.
Inside of the column, it is perfectly temperate. And there's no wind.
As I travel through the column of protection, does it look like there's anything on the dirt drawn where the column is emanating from?
No.
Or, like, is there a crevice, anything?
Although,
no.
Now that you take a... What's your sensory stat?
0.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah, you wouldn't notice anything.
Would I be able to, like, as I go through, could I just limply, like, scratch at the floor with my
Yes,
shoe?
absolutely. And you would feel, or you would find a buried human bone just under the surface.
Right. Okay. Could I, like, fake, like, I, like, kind of trip and just kick that one bone out of position?
It's a little deeply buried, but you can at least expose it a little.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. And I guess I will go inside the tent.
The tent is larger on the inside, beautiful, elaborate, full of what look like alchemy items, human bones everywhere, herbs, charms, luxurious couches, a roaring fireplace. The sort of thing that definitely shouldn't belong in what looks like a collapsible traveler's tent.
Mm-hmm.
Perched like a Persian cat, covered in a beautiful white feathered cloak that encapsulates almost her entire body like the feathers of an owl. You see a woman with thin, with almost impossibly thin eyes, her hair done up into an elaborate set of thick dreadlocked braids.
What did you say about her eyes?
Almost impossibly thin.
Thin eyes?
Yeah.
Like
Very,
like
very
slitted
slender
eyes.
eyes. Yeah, think like
Yeah, okay.
far north Manchurian.
Yeah. I give another bow and say, "Hello, thank you for letting me inside your tent."
I invited the other one too.
We didn't know. We're not of your customs.
Seemed obvious.
Well, now it should be. I just did it. How old does she look?
She looks probably younger than Miyuki.
Okay, but not younger than Hanji.
No.
Like a little older. Around my age, maybe?
Probably a little
Maybe
older.
older?
Between you and Miyuki.
Okay. I say, was this your land then?
Yes.
Right. The wolves seem scared of you more than your companions.
Yes.
Right. Is there anywhere for me to sit? Or
There are many couches and cushions. You can see colorful beads and feathers braided into her hair.
okay,
She's
I
also
think for
wearing
now,
luxurious white furs in addition to her cloak.
what are these furs of? What animal?
Probably an Arctic fox.
I will look to a really comfy couch,
Mhm.
and I will drop myself into it comfortably.
She looks over towards you and then reaches over and takes one of those long-handled cigarette things and lights one and takes in some of the smoke. Miyuki, actions from you. Though you have proceeded down the path, you cannot help but notice that Tybalt has entered the tent. The reason being is when he passed through that strange veil, there was almost like a clattering noise that echoed through the air.
Tybalt may try to negotiate, but giving up the leader of these people is an unacceptable outcome, so we'll just have to win. I'm going to continue walking back, not at a particularly brisk pace, but, might as well enjoy the night air.
Absolutely. You hear the distant howls of the wolves and the distant sounds of their battle. And speaking of which, number 9. You've been hauled back into the abbey and brought upstairs.
All right. Upstairs. So I don't see the door that is being assaulted, or do I?
Well, in this case, since one of the last things you said was that you needed a rest of some kind, and so you've been kind of escorted upstairs, and you're meeting with Diolbok up here.
Right. Make sure the doors are reinforced with anything you have. If we survive this wave, the attacks are going to cease. I assure you.
He nods and says, I understand, as loud as he can, yelling. He says, folk are falling to the north.
Are they? How
He
many
says,
have fallen?
3 are just upstairs. We tried to hold them back.
Wait, like falling to the wolves, like so the wolves are scaling the tower, or
Let me show
this is
you.
an out. All right.
And he,
I guess then number 9 is going to try his best to keep up.
and upstairs you can find 3 individuals, 2 merchants, a man and a woman, and one of the soldiers are being held down by another like 6 or 7 people, trying to like talk to them and pull them back. And you can see that all of them are babbling and clawing and pushing at people and trying to get to the door. It's the same strange trance that the Enclave described.
Could I use a gear things to make the presumably they have some voices in their head, I'm assuming, or at least like some thoughts. Could I use a gear things to make those go quiet?
How do you want to do so?
Probably give each of them a slap across the face as much as I can.
Yep.
And just yell something in. Come on, wake up!
And as you do so, you can see that the 3 of them, as you strike, kind of shakingly come to. Their eyes start to like focus in a little bit more, and you can see that their pupils change shape back to circles. They seem to have been in a different shape besides a circle but you didn't have time to see because of all the thrashing and movement. And one of them says, please help. Please help. I heard her in my head.
What did you hear?
A woman, just laughing at me. She screams nevermore. She screams it to me.
Oh, well, my colleagues are out there. They are taking care of the situation. All we need to do is hold up this tower.
But she will come back. I know she will come back. She will never leave my mind.
Do you still hear her right now?
And as he said that, you hear him start to whisper. And his voice rises slightly. Never, 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 never. And he starts wrestling with the people holding him down again.
Another slap across the face, I guess. Come on, do not fall for these cheap tricks. You're here, and you're safe. We are holding this tower.
The Garathinx holds just long enough to snap him back out of it one more time. He says, she knows. She will not stop until we are all pulled out into their jaws.
Not if we kill them first. We have already slain multiple.
But there is nothing stopping her from coming back with more. There are too many. We will never survive.
How many of them are there?
And you hear him whispering again, never, 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 never.
Oh, God. I guess I will try another one, but I'm thinking the interaction will go
Excuse
just
me.
the same. Yeah.
Oh, one moment. I'll be right back. Feel free to take a 2-minute break if you want it.
I mean, I'm really enjoying the fact that you guys are just vibing out somewhere, God knows where, and I'm over here holding up a tower against 30 wolves.
Well, you're the Thane, right? So it makes most sense.
yeah, for sure. I mean,
Social character. Do the social. Thank you.
I can still use the hammer, so not the hammer, the bender. So, there's that.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the tent. I'm in the lion's den. We'll see.
Yeah.
I got a long play going.
I think Miyuki's might be a little bit longer. Like, okay, let's stay here for, I don't know, 3 months or so, slowly whittling down the wolves, I guess.
That's too long.
They're gonna go extinct eventually, right? So just gonna keep it up.
I mean, look, we killed how many wolves so far? 3? 5?
I think it was 3, yeah.
And our characters have been here for about an hour. So let's assume we can work in 8-hour shifts. That's 3 times 8, which is 24, I think.
Wait. Each and every one of us working together has killed 3 wolves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, assuming we can each work together for about 8 hours a day, that means we can kill, 24 wolves per day. And we saw 30, assuming she's got, a few more hidden in the ranks. Maybe there's a maximum of 50. So we could probably get this cleaned up in, 3 days, a week, if we're generous, assuming my estimation is correct. Maybe way off.
Thank you for your patience. Now,
I don't know. I think this is maybe
she can make new wolves, but it would take time. Especially since she's controlling them through fear and not like actual mind control.
thank you for your patience. Carry on, Tomáš.
All right. I was going to try to do the exact same with a different person, see if they react in any other way, but I'm thinking the interaction will go pretty similar.
Yeah. You did manage to snap the other 2 out of it. Because you would do it 3, but you just started the interaction with 1. But the other 2 seem to, at the moment, though panting and terrified with their eyes wide, do seem to at least be with it for the moment. I should note, when he started to fall back into the trance, you see that his eyes turned, his pupils changed shape, becoming almost the shape of like a letter Y.
All right. All right. As I'm struggling to speak with these people, and it seems obvious that they are not being spoken to by the wolves, but by someone outside. Do I know where the voices would be coming from? I mean, I will ask one of the people that I have, just woken up with a slap, and they can point me into the direction.
She says, "What do you mean? It feels like she is in my ear, right at my side."
Right. I'll inhale, or at least do something that
rattle your bones.
And then from the top of my lungs scream, "Would you please be quiet? I'm trying to speak here, god damn it!" And shouting at a woman somewhere off. I'm trying to get into the mind of these people.
The woman you're yelling at kind of squints for a second and then opens one eye and says, "I do not think I hear her now. Maybe." But the guy who fell back into the trance is still frothing and scratching and trying to get his way over towards the door. But as he does so, someone comes running up the stairs, and you can hear, even through your earphones, shouts from down below. And one of them grabs Diolbach and yells, "They are on the first floor! We need to retreat upstairs!"
Run, retreat quickly! I'm going there myself. And I'll sprint downstairs.
There are 2 staircases up to each floor. So do you want to go to the left or the right staircase?
Left. And I'm going to be walking down with the sword in my hand, sort of like half swording, so that I can step forwards. Because, Wolf doesn't really have any advantage going upstairs.
People are rushing past you, desperate to escape, pushing past you to get up. And after 1, 2, 3, 4 people come past, you see a wolf pushing its way up the stairs. These things are so big that this staircase is actually kind of tough for them to get up, but it's not stopping them from doing so. As it slavers its way up the stairs, what do you want to do?
All right. Stab it in the skull.
Yep.
It's gonna have jaws open, I'm assuming.
The stab in the skull is enough to make it slouch backwards. It's bleeding from the face, but partially again due to how big and tough these things are. It doesn't seem to do much more than hurt it, right? This one snarls and pulls its way back down the stairs, and as it does so, another one actually leaps over its back to take its place at the front of the steps, pushing its way up towards you with a snap of its jaws.
I'm gonna be holding that sword with one hand, which really isn't ideal, but I need to use my bender. So I will hold the bender up high and go, "Mighty cave bear of the prehistoric exhibit, come to my aid." I think that could be pretty efficient against narwhals.
And you hear as the entirety of the staircase behind you is filled up with a cave bear. You hear people screaming, "There's another one!" As the cave bear appears. It's having a little trouble moving in this tight staircase.
Go and make sure nothing goes up the other staircase.
It barely manages to turn and then trundles its way up the stairs. You hear people screaming in utter panic as the cave bear comes lumbering up.
Okay,
Past them
speaking into the microphone. Everyone, please remain calm. The cave bear is a welcome guest. He is not here to hurt anyone. This is all part of the tour. Do not be alarmed.
From the screaming, people don't seem to believe you. As you are saying this, however, someone slams into your back and climbs over you. It's the frenetic guy who you weren't able to snap out of the trance earlier.
Okay. And would I like collapse from that, or can I?
No, you have the resilience to not get knocked over by a person very easily.
All right, I'll try to hit him with an elbow, like into his gut, and then I'm still holding the sword with one hand. In the other, I'm going to be wielding the hammer now, and I will try to strike with the hammer at the wolf that is directly in front of me.
Yep, and they have way less ability to dodge in this tight staircase. With a crack to the skull, this one is also pushed back. But in the meantime, the man actually pushes you out of the way into the wall and leaps down the stairs.
All right. Well, I don't suppose I can really save him at this point, so quickly check behind my back if there's more people.
There are two people behind you, one merchant and one soldier, both of whom are getting pikes into position to kind of put over your shoulders in front of you.
All right, but no people that are going to be leaping into the walls.
No, you don't see any other entranced ones at the moment.
Mm-hmm. All right, then I will try to stand my ground and still holding that sword by the blade, just so I have a sharp object in front of me.
Yeah.
Of course, it's not very efficient like that, but anyways, at least I have something in between me and the wolves. And my main weapon is going to be striking with the hammer.
Absolutely. And between you and the two pikes behind you, you actually manage to hold the staircase. And after the wolves make another 2 or 3 assaults, only ever one of them is able to really get into a biting position. And then it has 3 weapons, if not 4, against it. And so they seem to pull back after about 40 seconds of this. And you don't even have to exert that much because you have such a nice choke point. But at this point, you hear the howling start. And indoors, up a tight echoing staircase, the noise becomes unbelievable, even through your headphones.
Oh, that is bad. Does it affect me?
Now,
and how much?
The noise is nasty, right? It's unpleasant. But Number 9 doesn't really feel mortal fear. And so because of that, the magic of the call doesn't affect him whatsoever. But it's fucking loud. And that's unpleasant in and of itself. I'll give you a moment to think because I want to check back in with Miyuki.
Okay.
For Miyuki, you have gotten close enough to be in clear... I mean, you've been able to see the tower this whole time, but you're close enough that you can actually see a lot more of what's going on in the tower. For one, you can see that there are no more wolves outside of the tower. For 2...
Oh, that's good news.
You can see that there are a lot of moving shapes in the tower's windows, again covered with hides, but they're backlit, so you can see shapes darting back and forth. And third of all, you can still hear a shit ton of howling, all coming from the tower.
Oh, that's actually terrible news. I will run.
You're also mostly running downhill because, again, the ridge road kind of is descending from that high hump where it's coming towards the tower.
Cool. I wonder if there are any sort of snowbank grooves where I can kind of skate down somewhat easily if I can break into a slide at certain points during this.
Now, the snow has had enough time to accumulate that you do have some banks kind of that nature, and with your Talaria power, you are able to get a little bit of a bank, but it's not enough to make a really meaningful impact in your speed.
Well, I'm not trying to increase my speed. I'm just trying to save a bit of stamina.
Yeah, and if nothing else, it can get you into a much better groove when you're running and make it less liable that you're going to slip in the snow, which would otherwise be a more serious problem. And so as Miyuki is sprinting downhill, she would not only hear the sounds of the howling, But she would also hear screams and yells from inside getting louder as she gets closer. She hears a weird roaring noise that she doesn't know what is. But also, she then hears a sudden quiet among the direwolves, and then a sudden booming collective howl from them. She can hear it amplified by the acoustics of the building. And it sounds so loud that you can actually see it like throw off the spinning top of the building against the normal wind catching method that it does.
I wonder if I could... Okay. Bit of a desperate plan here, but I want to try to imbue a thunderclap into my thunder hammer by running my fingers along the total length of the blade, and then throwing that towards the tower, hopefully getting it into the door so that it sticks in the opposite wall, releasing the thunderclap and drowning out the howl.
Oh, that's very interesting. There's a couple things going on here.
Yeah.
So,
energy work, sensory check, skill check, etc.
To confirm, you're trying to throw to embed your blade in the front door and then send a thunderclap through the front door. Is that roughly correct?
No, I want the blade to travel. I want the blade to travel through the front door and then embed in the wall opposite the front door, so that it too carries up the tower quite easily.
Okay, in that case, I have your call. Imbued with power, the blade arcs through the air, leaving a trail behind it. Strikes the front door. Yep.
I am going to loudly yell as I throw it.
Yep.
I need volume. I need volume.
It strikes the front door, but does not pierce it. And as such, as it embeds...
I thought the front door was open.
No, the front door is not open.
Ah, okay. In that case, could I try to throw it through one of the hided windows?
Yes, absolutely you can do that. And as it goes flying up, skids through one of the hide doors, guided by the kind of combined manifestation energy work thing you're going on here, you hear the boom emanate. Are you going to continue to sprint? And if so, how are you going to try to enter the building? The front door is closed. The back door presumably is how the wolves got in. What do you want to do?
I just created a gap in one of the hided windows. Is that gap large enough for me to slip through?
Absolutely not, but it could definitely be made bigger without much effort.
All right, well, then that's what I'll do.
So in that case, like gliding towards that window?
Yeah, gliding towards it, or like getting up, either that or getting up to the base of the tower and kind of running up it, and then when I get to it, hands in and spread out.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, in that case, I think the second one is better because it gives you a more like tangible way to get through the window itself. Number 9, in your case, from your position inside of the tower, do you have any ideas on how you want to deal with the new amount of direwolf noise?
Yes. So, given that I have ended a Garfinks, would my manifestation still be empowered, or do you think that has already worn off?
I hate to say it, I think it's worn off.
All right. Regardless, I'm going to try to do a manifestation, and I'll try to summon a bunch of flies.
Okay. And first of all, what do you want the flies to do? And 2, what's your paired action going to be?
Oh, not flies, lice. You know those.
Oh, lice. Yeah, of course. Those little shits.
Yeah. One of the plagues of Egypt, and I think it would be kind of not very nice for wolves. So
quite.
That's what I'm going for here. Sorry, what was the question?
What's going to be your paired action?
Tear off my bandages, all that I can from my body.
Yeah.
And do this with them. I'm assuming they are going to turn into dust.
Yeah.
And then just blow the dust out downstairs.
And the dust will kind of transform into the lice is kind of what you're going for.
Yeah.
Now, you have 2 pikes over you to help kind of keep them off of you while you're doing this. But as you blow and the bugs start to fall and crawl among the wolves, you can feel many of the wolves do like snap and itch and bite at them and pull back. But so too do you hear, after a moment's pause, a mighty boom that kind of occurs from behind you. It's enough to not only stun you and stun the guys who were piking you behind, but it does shut up the wolves absolutely immediately. That said,
Right.
In the moments after the boom, the wolves relaunch their attack and redouble their efforts, pushing back up the stairs towards you. Your pikemen are still kind of off guard and as such aren't able to cover you nearly as well as they were previous. So how do you want to react to this?
See, I'm not expecting the lice to be able to deal with them, but I think the constant biting would probably be enough to like disrupt their yelling.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're going for here. It's not an immediate result.
Right, for sure. Still, like, trying to keep them away with my sword.
Yeah.
And remember, I do have a perk which allows me to reanimate people that have responded to my 2 arms.
Indeed.
Which is one of the people that has just thrown himself to the wolves.
Yes.
So speaking into the microphone, you over there, you idiot who just ran towards the wolves. Here, grab this hammer, and I'm going to throw it downstairs. And grab the hammer and fight. Your struggle is not over yet.
And as you are saying this, by the way, you feel your blade caught. One of the wolves has finally managed to bite it and try to wrench it out of your hands.
After I have thrown the hammer?
Yes, you've thrown the hammer.
All right. Then grip on the other hand grips onto the handle, and I'm going to be just like jerking it as much as possible, so it gets a bunch of scratches everywhere.
Absolutely. And as you do so, in the tactic you've now seen them use several, like almost a dozen times, another wolf leaps off of it towards you. You have one pike who manages to get it as it's jumping, but the other one doesn't get to it in time, and it manages to get on top of you. What do you want to do?
Oh, well, that's pretty bad. And I don't have my sword, I'm assuming.
So again, it was one wolf bit the sword and tried to control it. The other wolf leapt over it to get at you.
All right. Probably with a bunch of screaming, just try to like, punch it in the face. But if it goes for like, I'm assuming at some point it's probably going to try to go for my neck because that's what a wolf would do.
Yep.
I don't think that particular matters with my character, but I think eventually it would be able to figure out a way to destroy my skull or something. If that is happening, I will try to block the blow with my arm.
Yeah, absolutely. As the wolf lands on you, you have your arm up to block, but its jaws are going to try to go for the other side.
All right. Maybe then just try to grab onto it and hold it away for as long as I can.
Absolutely. And as you do so, you feel yourself being dragged down the stairs. The wolf isn't able to get you by itself, but it's going to bring you to a more open spot.
Oh, God.
Miyuki, you have pushed in through the window into absolute catastrophe. Inside of the room beyond, people are trying to run upstairs to get away from the fight. So there's 2 staircases leading up. The 2 staircases leading down, both are being barely held. You see that one side has 2 pikemen that have their backs to you. The other side has 1 pikeman who has his back to you as well, but the other one is running away. There's a fucking cave bear past the pikeman that's also mauling wolves in that direction as well. But even the cave bear is starting to have some serious trouble at this point. And for the most part, people are mostly
you mean platypus bear?
And for the most part, it's just bedlam. And as such, what would you like to do?
Recover my sword.
Easily done.
I should probably regroup with number 9, and I'm going to try to slit as many wolf throats along the way to that as I can.
Left or right staircase? Cave bear staircase is left.
Right.
Okay. How are you going to get over the pikemen?
Run and Talaria sort of triple jump.
Hopping over them and then dropping down the tight winding staircase. This lands you in front of 2 wolves, one of whom is pulling... Inside of you there are 2 wolves. One is pulling number 9 down the staircase. The other is trying to rip his sword out of his hands.
Okay. Can I try to do that thing I did earlier, but actually successful this time?
Which bit?
Sideways out of the blue, short range, charge, ready, aim, stance, and slash.
and between the charged sword and the out of the blue, you appear behind the wolf pulling number 9. Number 9, you've been covering your head, try to not let it get at your neck as it's been pulling you down the stairs. Like ka-tunk, 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 ka-tunk goes your head on every step. However, it just suddenly kind of stops doing that. And you feel it kind of like sag against you and fall on top of you as a dead weight.
I would probably be trying to like immediately be backing up the staircase, but I think I'm probably going to be stopped by the wolf.
Yeah, you're kind of pinned to the ground at the moment.
Okay.
And Miyuki, as you appear on the other side of the wolf, the one that had been trying to get the sword out from under number 9 is currently turning to face you. It had been just behind the wolf that was pulling him. As it turns towards you, you are in like the main room of the lounge. Furniture is knocked everywhere. There's a fuckload of wolves. And also, quite notably, the fireplace has been disrupted, and there are coals on the ground.
Okay, well, we need to drive them out. I would like to actually clean off my blade. I want to flick it and get the wolf's blood off of it, and in doing so, I want to use I want to make a small storm calling where the blood falls, splattering on the ground in an arc from the other wolf that was grabbing number 9's sword towards the fireplace. And I want a breeze to kind of carry some of the embers along that path back to the wolf.
Oh, that's quite pretty. As it does so, I should also note, the reason you are not immediately set upon is the wolves down here are too busy tearing a couple people to shreds.
I do have something to say about that.
I'm sure you do. And I should also note, number 9, you feel your sword freed.
All right. Try to pull it back, but my first action is going to be turning on the microphone. And all right, everyone, this is a state of an emergency. I would like to kindly ask all of you who have died, please return to fight right now.
As you do so,
target like multiple people at
your
once.
Your voice is kind of muffled by wolf at the moment, but the point gets across. And as you do so, Miyuki would notice that around the room, a number of torn apart people start to get back to their feet, or lack thereof. Ominous, creepy, and the wolves immediately go, aha, more, and jump back on them to try to rip them apart again.
The convenient thing is that they have a boosted resilience.
Indeed,
so
yes.
It may take some time to destroy them.
Before we go further with this absolute bad pandemonium,
as I see the dead soldiers rising again, I'd like to clutch the talisman that I got earlier and just giggle, and then let go.
Now, Tybalt, inside of the tent. What would you like to do as she puffs cigarette smoke into the air?
I've placed down the two bone coins on the ground as I collapse on the couch. I kind of lay down and I hold my cuirass with my hands, my left hand, and I grasp onto the scarf with my right. And I just try to control my breathing and try to use, I'm going to use just to control my breath and use a turning point. I'm quite nervous in here, and it's been pretty eerie to get in this tent in the first place.
She snaps her fingers, and you see a couple of little incense pots have their tips lit, sending perfumed smoke into the tent. You feel your heroic cuirass reinforce you, though.
Yeah. Inside, there are some folks that are just merchants, some younger than I. I'd like to save as many lives as I can. If the girl is what you want, I could tell you where she is.
I know where she is.
Inside the tower?
I know the exact room. I know the exact place in the room.
Oh, okay. How do you know that? Can I go down to the ground and I'll take out one of these wren feathers and I will draw an image of the tower. So kind of like a layout basically a very
The
basic.
ground is not ground; it's rug.
Oh,
Her
Okay.
fancy place gives it
Could
a
I-
pretty precise coordinate. And
may I move this rug?
no,
Okay.
you notice as you are down here though that over near the side of the tent, there's a rather unusual looking device. It looks somewhere kind of between like, I don't know, like a harp and a loom. It has like a bunch of strings connected to it's connected to a frame, and then there's feathers along them, and then at the end of each there's a large like pedal or key of some kind. It's a weird looking thing. But
What?
she follows up with, "She is on the 4th floor. She is thinking about fleeing. Only place to flee is up."
Right. I
And
look
it,
around the room.
and it would be very much a shame if the fires they have lit caught on the hides, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. Yeah.
I've told you what I want. I take nothing less. Give me the girl.
Well, to give you her, we'd have to be there.
No. All I want of her is I want to be able to find, later on, amidst the bones, her miserable little boxes, so I can be confirmed of her death. Then I will be happy. Life can move on.
I see. Well, what is that? I point to the weird object you described, the harp loom thing.
She says, her voice deepening, "Never you mind."
Can I get up and move towards it?
You can.
It's really weird.
Pretty, isn't it?
I have a musical instrument. Take out my drum.
That's very nice. I did not ask.
I strum.
She says quietly, "There is nothing left to negotiate."
Once they're all dead and you find these boxes, what will you do?
I will send them to her father as proof, so that he knows. I will send him a lovely
Then you-
handwritten note, such that he knows exactly how, exactly why, exactly how painful it was.
After she sends you a surrender and then you kill her anyway, don't you think he will just come back with more force?
And if he does?
You will die. And then he will find you amongst the remains. Bones.
He has tried to kill me before, and with far more threatening assassins than yourself.
I don't mean assassins, I mean an army. You're killing his daughter.
An army means what? Try to cut a fly with a sword, why don't you? Or better still, try to cut a single thread of hair hung in the wind. The blade cannot catch against it. The hair moves, the blade passes, the hair returns to where it was. I will simply fly out into the canyons, return when they are gone, pick their bones clean, and enjoy my life.
As she says this, I will be approaching her, still trying to be quite relaxed.
She puffs on her cigarette again.
She's wearing a cloak as well, right?
Yep, of white feathers with white furs around the ruff.
I heard the sound of a raven out there, yet you cover yourself in fox. Why not feathers as I?
These are feathers.
And I'm gonna try to sit on the couch with her if
Yep.
she allows me.
She doesn't stop it. She instead plucks at her cloak and says, "These are feathers," and opens to show the underside. Inside of it is made of white feathers.
Ah,
She folds it back
I
shut
will-
again.
can I pull on one of the feathers?
On her cloak?
Yeah.
You can.
Okay. I look at it.
She gives an indignant twitch.
I like mine better.
I'm sure you do. That's why you're not wearing mine.
I take one of them. Say, look, much better quality. Would you like it?
She gives you a look, and she says, no. And after a moment, says, I am neither an idiot, nor do I see any value in it. Sure, I could resell it, but I can make far more money selling my own devices.
I'm just trying to offer anything that I could save some lives with.
You
take
already
the
know
cloak.
what you can save lives with. You give me the girl, the wolves go away.
I take off the cloak and lay it on the couch next to her and say, please. I bow backwards, just holding one feather in my hand.
She reaches out to the cloak and lifts it to look at it.
All right. It's at this point that I will activate what I've been trying to do.
Indeed.
I will crush the wren feather in my hand in a manifestation to activate all the other wren feathers on the cloak. There's 3 of them.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping to have all of them jolt that electric power through her hand and into her.
Goodness gracious. You did a very good setup to it. Let me think about this. You guys are making me think a lot on this one. Okay, I think I have it. You hear a snapping noise, almost like a rubber band breaking, but much louder. You can see, for an instant, her eyes fly open wide. There's a puff of white feathers. There's also a flash of plumed, perfumed smoke. And you find yourself inside of a dingy little lean-to, barely even a tent, with like a stick in the center and a crappy hide draped over the top.
Before that collapses on, is it collapsing on?
It's barely collapsing. It's small enough that if it did, you just like throw it off pretty easily.
Okay,
You
so
can
she's
also
basically teleported away, is what it seems like.
Well, it would seem as that for the moment. However, you hear, as this is happening, an ear-splitting shriek of wrath.
You've given me nothing but your own death. And I will take out my my flint and tinder and my torches.
Yep.
That's all I have left. And I will look around.
And
I'll get out of the tent, obviously.
yeah, where are you looking? You're on the bald spot of the hill.
Yeah. Well, I will look around the clearing, but I will then direct my sight towards the tower.
And looking towards the tower, you can see a white figure in the sky moving at speed. Its
Okay.
wings outstretched.
All right. Was any of my cloak left?
No.
Probably not. Yeah, didn't think so. All right. Well, I'm about to run as fast as Tybalt can run.
Which
and
is...
which is 3 vigor.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
It's very good.
And then with some Talaria involved. None of the wolves are around in the forest whatsoever.
No.
Okay. I'll run as far as I can, as fast as I can.
And as he sprints, we are going to go over to Miyuki and number 9, who are conveniently in the same place, though one is pinned underground. The embers that you swept to the side have disrupted the one who was grabbing the sword, causing it to shy away. The others are falling about the room against the many things that are currently moving. However, the one that you initially cut with your flash step is completely dead. It's mega dead, but it's also completely crushing number 9 and pinning him to the ground.
All right. I'll help move it off him. And as I'm pushing, I'm going to explain. Tybalt and I met the master, but I am ashamed to admit her power far surpassed mine.
Oh, you're muted.
Oh, you're muted.
Well, that's not good news at all. So what do we do? Just slay the wolves?
Slay the wolves, no matter how long it takes. If we draw her out of her home, then we may be able to take the home field advantage and defeat her.
But before Miyuki is able to quite finish the sentence, you have another 3 wolves on top of the 2 of you. You've just pushed off. Number 9 is getting to his feet, and you have one coming, like they're all coming in from different angles in the much more open area of the main room of the building. Again, number 9 is not quite yet on his feet. So immediate reactions, Miyuki, you don't know, you can only see 2 of them. You have one on your left and one straight ahead.
Okay. If this is going to be a numbers, well, all right. Honestly, I feel like the most important thing at the time is trying to recoup some of the numbers disadvantage. So I actually am going to try to finish pulling number 9 to his feet.
Yeah, absolutely. And number 9, you can see one coming in from behind Miyuki, one directly in front of you as she's helping you up, and one kind of to your right, straight ahead of her.
And I have my sword then.
Yep.
So we are standing on a staircase, right?
You're standing just beyond a staircase at its bottom.
And so Miyuki is lower than me.
No,
like not even at the staircase.
Yeah, you guys are both off the stairs, so you guys are at the same level as she's pulling you up.
So she's sort of covering the stairs, and I am like out there in the room then.
You're both kind of equivalent distance to the stairs, kind of covering the left and right entrance to this particular staircase.
I guess I will turn my back to her, and so that we are like sort of covering each other back, you know.
Yep.
And just pointing my blade around at the wolves that are coming.
Yep. In that case, you have one now directly in front of you who shies away at the blade before kind of dodging around you to try to get around you to your right.
So it tried to dodge as I was like going for a step, or it seemed like I'm going.
It shied away from the blade before trying to get around you.
All right. Then immediately like flip it around and try to swipe towards it.
Absolutely. And Miyuki, as number 9 turns his back to you to try to fend off some of the wolves, what do you want to do?
I watched the 2 that were just surrounding us. As this is a war of attrition, I'm making a few changes to my sort of general strategy here, which is now lightning bolts are now for only if I am literally about to die.
Speaking of which, Miyuki only noticed 2. The 3rd has rams her in the back and knocks her face forward.
And secondly, I'll need patience.
What would she like to do now, face down?
Let me think. It's right behind. All right, can I roll over onto my back and kick with both legs to try to send it away?
As you start to roll over onto your back, however, its legs pin you on either side, so you're kind of on your side.
Okay. Stuck on my side. All right. Can I stab at it anywhere with my sword from this vantage point? This sucks.
Since you're pinned on your side, no, you do not have a good angle on your sword.
Do I have an angle on my own sleeve?
Yeah, you do.
Okay. The last secret concealed lightning bolt was disguised as a nail. I'm not going to activate it, but I am going to try to stab with it.
And as you stab up into the beast's belly, its hide is too thick for this to do more than hurt it, right? It's definitely not going to be any sort of bad wound, and its jaws snap down towards your face.
Okay. In that case, I break the head off the nail and activate the thunderbolt.
You can feel its teeth rake your face as it conducts with electricity. You get a jolt of your own electricity too off of this one.
That's fine. My body can literally transform into electricity.
It slumps down over you, pinning you kind of similarly to how number 9 was just pinned.
I want to groan, but I bottle that up. Patience.
Okay, can I have an action here?
Of course. This has all been happening quite fast. And so in this case, number 9, you have one dodging around you on the right. However, on your left, there's another one that was kind of between you and Miyuki. You don't know what's going on with her, who's also going in at you.
Have I seen some of the undead that I have tried to reanimate?
You really haven't had a moment to look for them. None of them have been close enough to be super obvious, but the room is pretty big on the first floor.
So just from listening downstairs, does it at least seem like there's less chaos? Or less wolves, at least?
No. Not at all. A lot of
Not
chaos.
at all.
No howling.
So
no howling at the very least.
But it doesn't seem like the wolves are dwindling in numbers.
Almost impossible to tell from your current vantage point.
Right. So my last action was to, try to go for a step, but then instead slice at the wolf as it was backing away. How did it turn out?
And as you take the step forward and try to slice at it as well, it again shies away. They're big. These things are pretty quick on their feet, much like all dogs are. This also, however, gives an opportunity for the one on your left to go in and try to knock you onto your side again. You've noticed that they really favor headbutts and body checks to try to get people onto the ground before they bite them.
Would shield down be off cooldown?
Shield wall is off cooldown.
Alright. I will try to, as it's going for a headbutt, I will try to kick it in the face. And shield wall can be activated by a stomp, so I'm wondering if a kick to face also works.
I'm actually okay
Ideally.
with
that. Sorry, what was that?
I'm okay with that.
Get away, you damn bees, and just kick it in the face. And I'm hoping to summon a few shields is fine, but I want them to at least do a small circle around us. If possible.
Kind of protecting you, the staircase. Are you trying to cover Miyuki as well with this?
Yeah, if possible.
Yeah, absolutely. You're fighting indoors, and as such, a shield wall that covers off a single staircase and you guys in it is perfectly fine. And also, since the shields go floor to ceiling, pretty much floor to ceiling, there's pretty much no chance they'll be able to slink around them like they've so effectively done. It's at this point that you not only notice that Miyuki is now pinned next to you underneath yet another dead wolf, but also you have actually the moment to look out into the room. There's quite a lot of undead out there. The issue, though, is that they're mostly been just ragdolled around by wolves who are trying to rip them up. They're hanging in there, They're just not fighty, right? They're mostly just getting mostly just getting flung around. Actions you'd like to take with Miyuki pinned next to you and the shields giving you a moment of respite.
Would 2 arms work on my own undead? That I don't think they can really respond, but they have already been targeted once.
I'd say there definitely could be ways to do that, but in this case with them getting tossed around by wolves, I feel like it would be pretty hard for them to respond in kind at all. Even
so
normally if they're right, that's I would accept that. That's okay.
Yeah. Well, none of them are then actively succeeding at all at fighting back.
Absolutely not. But they're a fantastic distraction.
What about the cave bear?
Now, the cave bear, you can hear it roar pretty periodically. It is currently upstairs.
Upstairs?
Yes.
All right, looking at the staircase, does it seem like the wolves are getting upstairs as well?
So your staircase that you guys are at, completely protected thanks to your shield wall, and also you and Miyuki. The other staircase, the wolves were definitely getting up.
All right. I definitely want to use 2 arms somehow, but I'm not sure
That's
quite
fine.
yet how.
Let me check in with Miyuki and then Tybalt.
I would probably be trying to help her get free of the wolf.
Actions from under the wolf and immediately thereafter.
I want to reduce its weight by just taking a segment of my Hagoromo and wrapping it around its ankle or something, and then just push it off.
With number 9's help, you can get it off of you.
I apologize for my incompetence. It will not happen again.
Responses.
Sure. As long as the wolves are dead. Do you need something for your face? Are you okay?
It will heal.
could heal faster with this. I'm going to get my nostrum, which is actually embalming oils, and it's like a chemical. So yeah, maybe not the best for applying to your face, but it could give you some if you want.
Save it. We could be here for months.
And from
That is
here,
very reassuring to hear.
and from here, Tybalt. Sprinting down the mountain road, you managed to make the distance that Miyuki took at a leisurely walk in literally a 20th the time. Like, unbelievable speed, especially buttressed by your ability to use your Talaria and also your cloak to glide distances as well. Now, Miyuki did pick up the pace at the end. Oh yeah, of course, thank you. So you're just using your Talaria. But even so, that's kind of even better because you can run faster than you can glide with all this wind.
Right.
And because of that, you are sprinting towards the tower and you're almost at its front. You can see that the front door is still sealed and there is an open window on the second floor. Not to mention the fifth floor windows where the archers are still open. Pardon.
As I'm running through the forest, so before that, as I'm running through the forest, I see her overhead. Yes?
Yes, though she's a little ways ahead of you.
Yep. I still have the feather I took off her cloak.
Yep.
So I hold that in my hand, and I am going to focus my attention on her.
Yeah.
As I'm running through. Okay. By the time that, so I've been focusing on her for a while.
Yes, as you are running, you can be like locked onto her as you are running. You have what skill and reflex? It's like 2 and 2 or something?
No, I have 1 reflex, no skill, just 1 reflex.
No skill, okay, yeah. Okay, that's a lot harder to do then. How are you going to multitask?
Yeah, I guess just like as I'm running through, I can use Talaria to skip through any obstacles, and I will just be glancing back and forth. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
I think that's pretty good focus. Yeah, I might miss her like a couple of seconds as like some foliage goes overhead or something, but I also am carrying her feather, so I'm hoping this kind of maintains this focused connection.
And as you're approaching the tower, what do you want to do?
Yeah, so once I get past the tree line and by the tower, I want to wait for when she lands on the top of the tower, which I know is where
she does indeed.
Right. So as she lands, I will use my perk. Path of Least Resistance. While activating out of the blue, an extended paired action by including a period of intense focus on target reduces the chance of redirection. And I'm hoping with the feather, I do some energy work to direct myself towards those feathers that I've been focusing on.
Yeah, because she still has your cloak too. Shit. Okay. And in that case,
she brought it with her, even after it did that to her.
Well, maybe some of the feathers blew off and indented into her.
Exactly, yeah.
I like the idea that she was like, well, I've been electrocuted, but at least he spent his electrocution rods. It can't hurt me anymore. And in doing so, inviting typical Morvran luck.
And you know, I actually think she would have kept it for similar reasons to that, actually. And so because of that, you bolt up and slam into her on perched on one of the beams that cross the tower. Now, as you hit in impact, her cloak clearly provides her some sort of protection because she isn't fucking vaporized, right? However, she is thrown hard into the stone of the tower with her pure white cloak smoldering black.
I will just yell out, I gave you an opportunity, and now you must die. And I step forth, and as soon as she tries to make a movement, I have a lot of vigor, so hopefully I'll be faster than her. Just let me know.
Yeah.
I move towards her quickly.
As you step forward, she collapses into a low bow with her hands clasped over her head.
As she goes to bow, I thunderclap in her face against the column once more.
And she slumps unconscious.
Okay. And I will head over and give her a bonk on the head for good measure.
Is
there anything heavy around?
That's the Obelix special right there.
I have torches. I've used all of my weapons.
You've used everything at this point.
Yeah.
She does have your cloak.
Okay, great. I will take that back.
Yeah. It is not in great working condition, I will note, but she does have it.
Is she breathing?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Do I just kill her? I think so. Is there anybody else up here?
Yes, you can see someone else up here. The window has opened, and looking out of the window, you actually see Hanj. Her face is completely pale, and her eyes are wide.
I pick up the body of the Morvran. We don't know her name, I guess. I don't know if she said so. And I will step inside with it.
You can see that Hanj has her earphones off, and she says, "Where did you come from? Who is that?"
Hanj, this is the woman that has been assaulting you for days.
But she's not a wolf. Is that the voice on the wind?
Yes. I lay her on the ground and I say, I will gift it to you. I made an oath to protect you, and I never faltered.
She nods. She says, "Good.
Select your method
Good.
of execution."
She says, "We need to take her a prisoner for my father."
I do not think that's a great idea. The wolves are scared of her. I think we should present them her dead body.
But if she is dead, they will not be afraid.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
And she says, "Here,
Can we secure her in some way?
wait, I have." And she hurries to the stairs and runs up to the archer's parapet, which no longer has anyone in it, and comes hurrying down with manacles that she can barely carry.
Perfect.
We don't get many criminals out here anymore, but in case we did, she clonks them down. And then she considers with her knuckles in her mouth and says, "Your book is much better at this part."
That's fine. I put my cloak on, and I say, if they were scared of a raven, they will be scared of a wren. And I will take her on my arms, and I will start to, as she's manacled, and I will manacle her arms, pick her up, and then bring her down.
Oh, important. And she goes over to the woman's mouth, opens her mouth, and puts in a large wad of cloth and seals it in place with like a binding. Says, "Her voice is powerful, is it not?"
Yes.
And looking
Your seals, don't forget them.
What was that?
Your seals, don't forget them.
Yes. She takes out her boxes and then rummages for a moment in the woman's feather cloak and pulls out a similar looking box as well as the scroll that she gave to you earlier. Says, "Oh, good. You kept that safe too." And tucks it away. Are you going to go downstairs now?
Yes.
You go down one flight of stairs and then two and come face to face with a bear.
Okay.
It does not look like it is trying to bite you immediately.
I'm gonna point out. I'm not sure if at that point Tybalt still had his headphones, but I did announce that the bear is not a threat.
He was out of range of the headphones at that point.
All right, yeah, that's a fair.
Yeah, these would not have a long range.
Oh, there's another. Does it look different at all?
It does look. It's a bear. It looks quite different.
A bear? I step back to protect Hanj. It's just like literally licking.
Yep, it's licking blood off its face. And Hanj says, "We were told by the Walking Dead that this was a friendly one."
Oh, okay, good. I hurry past it then. I just sidestep.
And as you go past it into the second floor room, which people are still trying to pull out of, there are two direwolves in the opening who freeze in place when they see the white feathers and the white furs.
I will use my vitality to pull the attention of as many as I can as I scream out, and I will say, "I have conquered the raven that scared you onto this tower." And I flap my cloak and I say,
Yep.
"I am the whispers in the wind now. Flee!"
And before we go further, downstairs. Now, number 9, and Miyuki, you were both working on something. This is a little back in time from where Tybalt is. But
I do have an immediate action if
Yeah.
if there's still like fighting going on.
There is
and
plenty
such.
of fighting.
All right. Miyuki just announced the board claim that we are going to be standing here for 8 months, which number 9 isn't really looking forward to do.
Indeed.
So I am activating my gear things. That is of cooldown, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. I don't have any weapons or anything. Are there any of the wolves with us on this floor?
This is the first floor, so yeah, this is where the majority
All
of
right.
them are.
Okay. I'm activating my gear things.
Yeah.
And I'll look at Miyuki and be like, just give me a moment. I will be right back. And I'll grab one of my shields.
Yeah.
And slam it open as if it was a door.
Yeah.
Like Angry open a door. Get out of my face, all of you! I'm not going to be stuck here for 8 months with you. I really shouldn't be screaming so much.
She didn't say 8 months specifically. She just said months.
Yeah.
A plurality of them.
I kind of
Not going to. I am in fucking retirement. Get out of here. This is supposed to be a part-time job. I could be fishing right now. No dogs in this household. Get out.
Can I slide one of the shields aside as if it were a screen door and just kind of quietly follow?
Absolutely. And as you do so, you can see that many like undead chew toys fall from their jaws, and as the wolf's eyes turn towards you, and in the midst of this, there's a sudden whoosh as a fur rug catches fire. Wolves leap back from it, looking immediately alarmed. And then upstairs, you all hear another howl. And this howl is taken up by the wolves downstairs, who start to bolt. They flee from the building. The ones who are upstairs come rushing down the far staircase as well. Your undead are mostly just kind of knocked around like bowling pins as they do so. However, there's one wolf that isn't fleeing. This wolf looks towards the two of you, comes padding over. And you can see it is, in fact, undead.
And you to get out of my face. I said no dogs in this house.
The undead wolf goes and retreats sheepishly from the building as well.
What about the rock on fire? Does it seem like an immediate fire hazard?
Oh, yes.
Or is it...
Substantial fire hazard. The majority of the building is wood.
All right. Wait, no dogs in here anymore, right?
Yes, the wolves are in the process of fleeing. There's very few left.
I am going to end my gear things early, and I'm just going to blow at the fire, and I want to blow literal dust and sand out of my body at the fire. Maybe not dust because that's flammable, but fire is,
I get what you mean.
sand is fine. Sand is fine.
And Miyuki?
I would like to try to also do a very similar thing. I don't think I have time to build up to do this with storm calling, so I'm going to try to do it with manifestation instead. I just want to make a freezing miss.
And 2 breath-based manifestations blanket the fire, dousing it, and, somewhat unfortunately, the main hearth of the building as well. The bottom room is plunged into darkness.
Fine, it was too hot in here anyway.
And Tybalt, actions from you upstairs as the wolves are fleeing. You can hear them downstairs howling in panic.
I will just keep going downstairs until I see my allies and defenders.
Coming into the room, you can see a couple of shambling undead that have been ripped into little pieces. And you can see number 9 and Miyuki on the far side of the room dousing the fire that was starting to build.
Anj, I think your tower is secured.
And
You defeated her.
I did?
number 9 can see the handful of white furs and feathers. Or the armful, I guess.
Impressed.
I will put her on the ground, and I will look to the brazier that you described is out.
The hearth that was just put
The
out.
hearth.
Did Tybalt have any response to what Miyuki said there?
No. I'm going to slowly go over to the hearth
Yeah.
and turn on my flint striker.
Takes a couple of tries, but you get the fire going again. It's small, but starts to build quickly. People are starting to slowly poke downstairs, and people are starting to take off their headphones as well. In number 9's ear, he finally registers a small voice going, "Battery is low. Battery is low."
I'll just take the headphones and throw them in a corner.
And as you do so, a bunch of the people follow your lead with relief. One of them said, "I thought there was another voice in my mind," throwing it away.
I'm going to return my sword to my body.
Yep.
I think we are safe now.
And at this point, you feel your Enclave badges ping. Final actions.
Well, I'm sorry, but I am definitely not going to be staying here to clean up the mess. So, been a pleasure working with you all, and maybe I'll see you sometimes. Just wave and.
Does this mean the tour is over?
Yes, the tour is officially over. I hope you have enjoyed the experience.
As you say this, a woman on the staircase behind you says, "Not even the littlest bit."
Well, you know, you cannot please everyone. Hang out.
And final actions from Miyuki.
Well, at least the weather was pleasant. And I suppose I will check to make sure she's really dead and then ping out.
She's not dead, not even a little bit, but she is heavily manacled.
Oh, well...
Hanj says proudly, standing over, "A present for my father."
Would he prefer her alive?
Of course. I'm sure he would like to know why she has perpetrated this evil act.
Well, to your tastes then, and I will bow and ping out.
She looks very pleased to be bowed to so much.
It wasn't a low bow.
I didn't think so. She's not a tall person. And Tybalt, final actions.
I will warm myself by the fire, and I will say, "I'm glad to have saved some lives today instead of accidentally inflicting them."
Diceless comes over next to you by the fire as people are starting to move the bodies of the dead, or undead, and direwolves out. The undead all fell apart as soon as number 9 left, and the direwolves take quite a lot of work to get out of the building. Diceless says, "For this we thank you profoundly."
I look back to Hodge and I take the scarf. I would take it with me if I could. It kept me warm.
She says, "You are welcome to take it with you. I am pleased and I am proud that my wishes have been honored."
I will give a bow and I will hit the badge.
As you begin to vanish, Han says, "You should meet my father someday." And that is the last thing you hear as you vanish. And on that note, we will end the mission.
Before we forget, mission name.
Yes, we always frickin' forget the mission name.
So my inclination is to say the tower, but given that that's very generic and also a tarot card, it seems very widely applicable, and I don't want to steal it from somebody else's Enclave mission.
I have an idea.
At least.
What about, we could do, there's two. One is the wolves and the crow, and another is the white crow's call. Those are the two I thought of.
I liked those. I think I was going to take the tower and then modify it into the Tower of Feathers.
That could work too. Any thoughts, Tomáš?
No, I'm writing down the white crow's call. But, yeah.
Sure. I'd say in that case, to be consistent, let's go with the white crow's call. Though I think the Tower of Feathers works quite well, I feel like it misses the wolfy part.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that the focus words were reasonably obvious. If you want me to
I
go
think
over again. Dog Food for Whom the Bell Tolls and the Rogue Morvran. Morvran, for context, is a legacy Enclave class based in Crow-based lore and magic that has a lot of bad luck sort of stuff. I brought in multiple of its powers on this.
They have a lot of. I think they have 2 different abilities that straight up inflict fear.
Yes, they do. They're very heavy. And so,
Yeah.
as you guys figured out, she was driving the pack of wolves to attack by making them scared.
Yeah.
They had nowhere else to run. And they were much more scared of her than of you guys or of death.
Yep.
I really thought I would die there, to be honest, as I was dragged by the wolves down.
Yeah, the drag by the wolves down, had Miyuki not decided to turn back to the fight at the time she did, I think you were dead. I think they would those enemies could have ripped you to shreds, which is, I feel like, one of the most effective ways to kill number 9.
Indeed, yeah. I think I would have.
For a sec there, I was considering attempting to out of the blue directly to number 9 on the grounds that, well, he told me he couldn't die again.
Yeah, that was quite a close fight, and the fact that number 9 tangoed with those things like 4 times, I think. Each different fight was really, really interesting too. I'll do my quick character assessment. Beginning with number 9, why not? What a fun character. I love number 9. I think he's one of the most unusual characters currently in Advent. The
angle is so quirky, and I love it.
I know, like the fact that he has all these modernisms to him because he lives in a museum is so cute, and he's he's remarkably charming. You know what I mean? He's not an unpleasant person by any means, and you kind of play with the "get off my lawn" sort of shit, plus the modernisms. And it's just a very multifaceted character. Really fun. Always super fun. I like him a lot. On this particular mission, I think the standout number 9 thing was just how much combat you did. And I felt like, for me at least, every single fight was quite different. You managed to play with choke points and terrain really effectively. Shield Wall was obviously one. If you guys didn't have a character with Shield Wall, I would not have given you this mission. I don't think this mission would have been possible without Shield Wall. Because of just how dangerous these frickin' things were if you didn't make them go into choke points. And as I'm sure you saw, since you had an enemy who could make bad luck happen, that tower was catching fire eventually. There was things would have just kept going wrong for you guys. And so just holding out, you were boned. And that was by design.
I get it.
I do it again. Your energy work is insane. Your manifestations are tight. There were 1 or 2 things I think I let get away with a little more, but they were just so dang fun. It's hard to say no. And I think that's a good summary of number 9 in general. He's too fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I got to relive the experience of being a tour guide this
Indeed.
time as an undead mummy. So
Yeah.
that was fun.
Alex and Lethal, what do you guys, now that you guys have played with number 9, what do you think of him?
I do think he's a standout character. I like the concept, and I like the execution too.
Oh.
The headphones facilitating just being a tour guide to people who absolutely did not want to be tour guided was fun. And the funny part about it is they didn't want to be tour guided, sure, but also it's not like they're gonna fight back against it. They're all kind of okay, this might as well just happen.
He also has a mantle, which helps him get away with that more too.
Yeah.
Alex, do you have any other thoughts?
I've been on missions with number 9 before. It's always a loot.
Yeah.
It's always very fun. It just brings this really stable combat ready character, but also just a hilarious kind of character to interact with.
Indeed.
I mean, for Tybalt, he was coming in a little sad, so coming in and having those interactions really perked him up. That was really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Miyuki, I love how different her personality is from other characters you play. I really don't think that you've again, he's kind of countish to use your legacy characters, but totally different as well.
Yeah.
The way,
like I said earlier, she's like the Count if the Count had a backbone, and he super doesn't.
I think that the way that you play her as this, Ice Queen sort of archetype, but with a Thunderbird kit is extremely fun. The double skill is awesome. God, she wants reflex. She really does. But I think that her combat was super dynamic.
I was thinking next level I might increase skill and arcane, I might go with skill and reflex instead.
Yeah. I think you probably want it. Her combat is insanely fun. The flash step thing is incredible. Like, I never thought to use that ability.
Definitely making that a level perk.
That's so sick.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. And the fact that you would, like, telegraphed it so much made me never feel like it was cheap, you know? So it was awesome. I thought that she was also a really interesting foil to both characters because of her completely domineering Tybalt and then being kind of chill with number 9. Like, the two worked quite well together. She saved his ass. He saved her ass. And then at the end, she gave respect to Tybalt as well. It was just a very cohesive little character arc there. Great first showing. Tomáš and Alex, what do you guys think about the character?
I have to say, I thought number 9 would be really excited to meet a fellow undead. That didn't turn out as expected. But, yeah, I think
that happens.
Yeah, he quickly embraced the fact that, all right, she's grumpy. Number 9 can be grumpy as well. I mean, he was for 95% of this mission. So, yeah. Lots of fun interactions. Yeah, and I was kind of scared I would die there. So, thanks for saving me. For sure.
Glad I could help.
The creativity was amazing. Like, just the character design is super cool.
Yeah.
Just the visually, it's so...
Oh, yeah.
The hairpins are so sick.
I absolutely had like a joke or like a scene prepared where number 9 would also try to, have a sword sheet in his like cage or something. But then, like, obviously, Miyuki wasn't really responding well to any sort of socialization. So
Yeah, indeed. I agree. The aesthetics are incredible on her.
But yeah. Cool character. I love the detail.
She is like kind of half, not completely, a Frostlass Gijinka.
Oh, I see. Very clever, yes. I can see it. Cool Pokemon. I like it.
Oh yeah, one of my favorites.
I know.
And at first, I was surprised that she was so passionate about defending everyone in the tower. Like when I was trying to trick into the surrendering or trying to get some negotiations, like you were just like,
she's more passionate about not losing than she was about not losing people.
Okay.
Well, I thought it was a great scene as well, and frankly, the fact that it gave you the impetus to go back to the tower was desperately needed. I don't know if you guys could have dealt with her fast enough to make number 9 not just die. Because
I thought you were pulling on the fact that, like, in your backstory, there was a sacrifice, and so you didn't want to sacrifice.
It kind of felt like that too to me, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so that's something that she would never admit to, but was definitely dealing with on some level.
Quite. And lastly, Tybalt. I mean, Alex, I love Tybalt. I thought that this was a really cool showing for him that shows a lot of character growth for him. Not to mention, I mean, obviously showing off a lot of your skills as a player. You do things with Thunderbirds that no one else does still. Not only do you still have the drum meta in a stranglehold,
yeah,
but
so
also
strong.
I thought that the way that you handled the entire diplomacy scene was really smart. You kind of needed, because as I'm sure you saw, if you had done anything that was at all threatening, you were kind of fucked. So you had to do something very sneaky that led to a big explosive moment. And frankly, when you were trying to get her to hold the cloak, she was like, "You think I'm an idiot or something?" And then it was like, well, that's the worst thing that could happen. Because, as Greg pointed out, she also would have a bad luck stat. And so I was trying to play it in both of your favors. I did try to have a couple of things go notably wrong for you guys through the mission because of her negative luck stuff. And the fact that you then used your out of the blue perk to get to her later on was just absolutely sick. So just really great play, great positioning, good job cutting to the core, and I genuinely wasn't sure you'd be able to take her by yourself, but it was just very smart play. You made yourself seem harmless and shitty. And she was like, "Oh, this one's the one with the sword is kind of spooky. I'm not gonna if the one with the sword."
I do like being spooky.
Yeah, because by the time that you showed up, you didn't have a weapon. And so she was like, "Oh, it's asshole with a drum, whatever."
Some teenager shows up at my my tent.
with a drum and is like, "Oh, please."
Really begging for some sort of mercy.
Yeah, and so
I mean, that was the whole thing.
You did a great job making yourself not seem like a threat and then being a threat. That was very, very good. And then also, you saw that, I'm sure you know, she was going to, this. If you showed her any mercy, fucked. She would have escaped for sure. And probably dealt some damage on the way out. And so just being like, no, clap in face was awesome. Great work as always. And lastly, thoughts on Tybalt from YouTube.
I was so sad for Tybalt getting to meet these two characters.
I know. Not the cheeriest.
I think there
Glad
could
that
be.
we had a somewhat mellower Thunderbird who did actually stick around to talk to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Tybalt and number 9 could work quite well in the future, but I get that it probably takes something to get accustomed to the fact that you're dealing with an undead. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
He figured it
Oh,
out.
absolutely. When we were starting the tour, we were doing some hijinks.
Be quiet. Do you guys have any final questions for me about the design or calls I made or similar?
I think
The
this was.
Vistro Circle, was that set up by the Bird Lady, or was that set up by the soldiers?
Bird Lady. That would have come into effect if you guys had tried to escape with anyone.
Ah. And what if we had just tried to dismantle or break the circle?
Much worse.
Oh dear.
So the Morvran used to have an ability called the Tower, which was like a column that if someone forced their way into it, it would give them horrible luck. And she had kind of an adapted version of that. And since you guys weren't one of her original quarries, you were able to leave it without being afflicted with terrible luck. But if any of the people in the tower had tried to escape and pass that line of bones, or tried to disturb it even worse, they would have been in serious trouble. Like dead within the day to some horrible winter storm sort of shit. Any
I
other
was the
questions
only
you guys
character
have?
that.
Yep.
I was the only character who hadn't seen them, and I kept like trying to be like, "Oh, did you see anything out there?" That's like a player way of like being able to get some information that I didn't receive.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you
I
guys have
thought
any
I-
other
I
questions
thought-
for me?
No, I just wanted to say this is probably the closest that I think I have ever felt like going to Fell mission.
Yeah.
It's felt really close on like 5 different occasions.
Yeah, it was really close on like 5 different occasions. I was quite surprised you guys succeeded this one. I was really quite surprised.
Did you get a little bit worried when I started to break out the war of attrition strategy?
Well, when you said that, I was like, I knew it was in character. I knew you weren't going to actually try to do that. But I will say, I was planning on this mission being about an hour shorter than it was. So, que sera.
You know, I thought it would not be pleasant, but I thought it would be interesting if I forced Robbie into a position where he's like, okay, how do you try to stabilize over the course of days, then weeks, then months?
Yep, I could totally see it happening. I will say, though, the way that you guys were fighting was not sustainable because of how exhausting it was.
Oh yeah, I think I used all of my abilities like 3 times.
You did. Actually, I think almost precisely 3 times each, which is pretty freaking high. A lot of.
I mean, I was trying to use whatever I had at the time.
Of course.
So.
Any final questions? Or are you feeling good?
No.
Sick. Well, in that case, guys,
Right.
thank you so much for playing. I really hope you've enjoyed. I certainly did. And in the same order that you introduce yourselves, if you wouldn't mind, feel free to say your farewells, and I'll sign us off.
Right. Well, I don't know at what time the audience is watching this, but it's past midnight here, so I'm going to
Sorry.
sign off with saying good night.
All right, I've been Alex. It's been great to play. I've been playing with Robin for many years, and this was a banger as always. So great to have you guys be watching, and hope you guys can try out some Enclave.
I've been Lethal Butterfly. Look how fun Robbie games are. Have a nice day.
And thank you all so much for watching. Check out the Discord down in the description and our Etsy shop in the description if you want to get in on Enclave yourself and try out the game. As always, my name has been Robbie Howell, and ciao for now.